Good evening. Welcome to the Select Board meeting of April 2nd, 2024. We'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we expect Mr. Manan to be here, present in the meeting room, so all members participating in the meeting are present in the meeting room. If he joins by Zoom, we'll adjust the announcement. The public has the option of attending in person here at Town Hall or via Zoom using the link posted in this meeting's agenda. This meeting is being recorded. So our first order of business, as always, is public forum, and please note that each person has up to 2 minutes to speak. At public forum, please start by stating your name and address. Is there anybody here to speak tonight?
So, on Tuesday, the 26th, I asked Merrill, President, of the status of my criminal complaint against the chief and Amy Rinbush. And I stated I was going to go outside of the town, which I have written letters to the Attorney General's Civil Rights Division, Mass County District Attorney's Office, to the Northwest District ADA Steve Gagney, and to the Governor Maura Healey, and to Lieutenant Governor Kim Driscoll. Those letters have been sent, accompanied by the complaint that I turned over to the police department, and with a letter explaining why I'm doing it. So then, my second point would be, a few meetings ago, you had a young college student looking to become a Hopkinton police officer. And somewhere out of the blue, you seem to come up with some very articulate, very relevant questions of the young man to become, why he wanted to become a Hopkinton police officer, what his thoughts were on his style of patrol was going to be, how he was going to treat people. And I think that was great. That's definitely an attaboy for that, because that's very relevant to this town. But 4 weeks ago, you interviewed 2 patrolmen for the sergeant position. And quite frankly, the questions were definitely scripted, and they were almost irrelevant. And one of the 2 patrolmen failed to answer any of the questions asked of him, and I believe that you pointed that out. Yeah. So what my thoughts are is, another word directly from you, Mariel, is, as a select board, be careful. The chief hasn't appointed a lieutenant since he was asked to, and now it seems like a mad scramble to get that accomplished. And I think that some of the candidates have questionable pasts. I know that there's been suspensions amongst some of the sergeants that may be considered, and I have no idea who's being considered. There's also civil rights violations against certain.
Coming up on 2 minutes, Mr. Snow.
Okay. And I just feel that the lieutenant's position should be an appointed position from the next chief and deputy chief, not our current administration. I think that would be very well to help this town get over our police issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room here to speak tonight? Yeah, come on.
Timothy Boyven, 41 Pinecrest Village. I was late, so maybe this question was already asked, but who's the acting police chief?
The current police chief is the acting police chief.
Is he back on active duty?
I don't have the answer for you.
Okay. So if he's not on active duty, who's running the department? Who's running the department? Is it Norm? Who is it?
So that's a legitimate question, and we're going to talk about it later.
Okay. My last question is, and I'm sorry I'm late, I just drove in from Chicago. 3 weeks ago, I was asking questions, or maybe it was 4 weeks now, and I was told this was not a Q&A session. I just asked you 2 questions. They were answered.
I'm trying really hard to make this a better situation. I don't know if I'm doing it right or wrong.
Now,
So,
you weren't the one who told me it wasn't a Q&A session. So my question is, can residents ask questions of the board during the public forum, yes or no?
you can, but you can't necessarily assume, hold on. It's a fuller answer. You can always ask questions.
Yes.
If we're going to take up a subject, it has to be on the agenda. So it may be that we have to put it forward to another meeting.
Okay.
That's the point of not going back and forth.
Okay, but I can still ask questions, correct?
Absolutely.
Because when I just asked that question, Ms. Lafreniere went like this. Mr. Nasrullah a few weeks ago said I couldn't ask questions. It's not a Q&A session. You guys need to get your act together, get it straight on what you're going to communicate to the community about how these meetings are run. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
One hand on Zoom.
Do you mind, who's on, can we liven up whoever's got their hand up? Thanks, Amy.
Good evening, Madam Chair and distinguished members of the Select Board. I have a quick question about pandemic relief funds. So I understand from a recent audit that there are funds that are kind of use it or lose it funds, and I could be using this the wrong way. And I know that we used some of the money in the pandemic relief funds to help pay for the water treatment plant, the PFAS filtration. My question to the board is, how much is left over of that? When does it expire? Do we have plans to allocate that money for, projects, public works, and things like that? And that's my question. So you don't have to answer now if you don't know, but if we could somehow get some news on that, that'd be great, because I think there's a couple $1 million there.
Yeah, we actually talked about it at the last meeting. Do we have I don't have the totals in front of me, but they do expire if they're not firmly contracted, spent, or committed in December of 2024.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Our first item of business is the consent agenda. The Select Board will consider the following agenda items: the minutes of February 8th and March 12th, as well as accepting a gift of a donation of $250 to the public library from the Garden Club to be used towards the new seed library, which I love, but I don't think you get to return those seeds, but I'm not sure. Is there anybody who wants to split anything out on that agenda? Okay. Can I get a motion on the agenda?
I move the consent agenda.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? It's unanimous. Okay. Then we are going to have a public information session on the proposed general bylaw amendments. And I wonder, Mrs. Lazarus, if you are prepared to walk us through those.
Article sponsors here as well.
Oh, great.
So the first one on the list is an article proposed by the Conservation Commission that would amend the non-criminal disposition bylaw to include a penalty for violations of the Wetlands Protection Act. So it just is a housekeeping item, and Kim is here to answer any questions and explain a little bit about that.
Great. Can you just explain for the general public what it is? You said it's just correcting an administration? Okay.
Yep. So my name is Kim. I'm the Conservation Administrator here in the town. So the Conservation Commission, via the town's council, has recently been made aware of the commission's omission from the town's non-criminal disposition bylaw. The non-criminal disposition bylaw establishes penalties for violations to town bylaws via the 21D ticketing process. The Hopkinton Wetlands Protection Bylaw was promulgated prior to the establishment of the non-criminal disposition bylaw, and we believe the Commission's omission was an administrative oversight. The commission is requesting a $300 per day per offense fine for violations of the Hopkinton Wetlands Protection Bylaw. Consistent with its previous actions, the Conservation Commission's position related to enforcement is a preference for education and collaborative compliance. Enforcement and subsequently fines are reserved for extraordinary circumstances and remain a measure of last resort. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have regarding the proposed amendment.
Does anybody have any questions?
I do. So the $300 per day, it's up to $300 per day, or is it a flat rate? Does the commission have discretion?
We are proposing a flat rate. It is $300 per day per violation. That is the maximum fine that is established by the state. Like I said, the commission does strongly prefer education and collaboration. The commission only moves to fines in extreme cases and when there is non-compliance and no communication. We do find that when there is usually a fine levied, it tends to be towards larger commercial developers or subdivision developers.
But it sounds as though the commission would still have discretion as to whether or not to issue a penalty, depending on the circumstances.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Mary Jo, any questions?
No, I've read the bylaw and I'm all for it.
I think just to comment, it sounds good to me, but this is in line with the fees we charge the planning board and other people that violate other similar laws, $300.
Same as the zoning
Okay.
violation.
That sounds good.
Joel, do you have any questions on I know, I'm just getting, it's the discussion about the non-criminal disposition for the Concom, the $300.
No.
No questions, okay. I don't have any, well, I always say that, but then I have to follow it with a question, so I do have one question. I like the concept of discretion, but how do we make sure that we're equitable as we impose a discretionary, what's the process to make sure that we're really being equitable and fair as we're deciding those?
Yeah, so there is actually already a process in place in our regulations. So it's like a 5 or 6 step process. It does start with education, contact. There has to be a notice of violation, there has to be a site visit, there has to be coordination with the landowner or the contractor. After a notice of violation, there has to be an enforcement order, which is regulated under the MA Wetlands Protection Act and the Hopkinton bylaws. And then if the enforcement order is not followed, that is when fines are starting to be considered. There's also a public hearing that's triggered by both the notice of violation and the enforcement order. The violator is invited and encouraged to attend all of those public hearings as well. So there's kind of multiple steps along the way of, working with anybody that is under consideration of being in violation of the bylaw before fines are even discussed.
Great, thank you. I'm good, thank you.
Sorry, one follow-up. So I'm wearing my old DEP enforcement attorney hat. So you go through, let's say you go through all the process, you decide that, okay, we're going to issue the penalty. $300 per day per violation, that can add up in any kind of one particular scenario, as it could be like $900 per day. Would the commission have any discretion in saying, okay, we're gonna go with the 900, but we're gonna go count just one day per week? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those kinds of discretionary talks happen at the public meeting when they're having a
Okay.
meeting over the enforcement.
Because it's, for something like Phil, every day that the fill remains there is another violation, so.
We are required to issue an individual ticket
Yeah.
to the landowner as well. So, I mean, we are also limited by staff, time, and availability, so.
Thank you. No further questions.
Great, thank you very much.
I just have a quick question. For the penalty amount, how did you come up with that? And have you checked around if other towns have this type and what is theirs?
So that is the maximum allowed, which is, I guess the state says $300 under the 21D ticketing process that's established. And it is consistent with other town bylaws. And the reason why we are going with the maximum allowed is that we find that with these larger developers and commercial developers, sometimes it's still not enough. A couple $1,000s is kind of just a cost of doing business for them. So we really did feel like the $300 per day was a necessary amount.
Thank you.
Okay.
Through
Great,
the chair,
thank you.
since this is a public information session, are we taking questions on these?
I would happily take questions if
Okay.
people had questions, I think.
I don't see
Is
any,
there
but
any hands raised? Yeah, absolutely, we would welcome questions if anybody had any. Thank you very much. The next one is amending the bylaws pertaining to membership of the Appropriation Committee and the Capital Improvement Program Committee and the at-large members of the Community Preservation Committee, so that members must be residents but not necessarily registered voters.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this one comes from us. I don't know if anybody up here has any questions?
no, except that I just felt it was a good idea since the majority of our committees do not require citizenship. So it just seems fair to make it consistent with the other committees.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable with it too. I see it as a welcome step.
I would echo that too. I think it helps with the representation with a major constituency and across the resident diverse groups.
Okay. Any questions at all from the public? Okay, the next one is amending a bylaw pertaining to attendance at town meeting to require the moderator to designate an area for non-voters and to allow any resident to speak at town meeting subject to recognition by the moderator. I see somebody making his way.
Good evening.
Hi, Connor.
Connor Deegan, Town Clerk. So Elaine and I worked very closely on this amendment based on some interest from the board and the community to have some more voices to be able to be heard. And we figured town meeting is one example where town meeting sets its rules. So if we want to increase the number of voices that are heard at town meeting, we have the availability to do it, and it's up to town meeting to make that decision, but we can give the ability to do that and the tools to do it. So Elena and I basically looked at it with that really all we had to do was kind of loosen the rule around how people are recognized to be in the hall, because the current restriction basically says that whatever is designated as the hall, no one is allowed in unless they are specifically allowed by the moderator because they're presenting something. This would then ease that up to allow them entry because we would be recording our votes through electronic voting methods. And then if we had to, for whatever reason, if something failed and we had to switch to another voting method, then it would just be as simple as we would have the passes still, and we would then move non-voters into either a special section or an overflow room just for the vote.
Okay, so I understand that whole thing. So we would not necessarily separate out sections unless we thought that the electronic voting was not going to be
Correct.
successful.
We wouldn't have any need to. And that's why it was specified in the bylaw amendment that it's contingent on the electronic voting system, but then it just gives us that ability to still maintain our counts without having to worry about sections.
So that does pose a question for me, so, which I understand. Is there anything that complicates it if we don't continue with electronic voting? Would we still have the bylaw to allow folks, we would just have to make the amendments? Or you just said it was contingent upon electronic voting?
So it does give both myself as the clerk and the moderator a decent amount of logistical leeway. So it allows us to kind of figure out what method will work to not interfere with voting, but kind of what we've discussed, and I talked a bit with Ellen about it as well. We were hoping that we could give an opportunity for people to still be either in the room or an overflow room if there was a case that there was too many voters that did show up and we needed to section off areas for voters, but it would still then allow for them to approach the microphone and be recognized normally. So it wouldn't necessarily stop them from being able to be recognized. It would just change our logistical approach.
Okay, that really was my question, is that we are putting forward a bylaw that will allow non-registered voters who are residents to participate in town meeting, and it may look different depending on whether we have electronic voting or paper voting, hand voting or whatever, but still we have a mechanism for allowing non-voters who are residents to come. Okay, thank you. Anybody have any questions?
That's exactly what I was looking for.
Yeah, my question would be, so this would mean that residents under 18, like high school students, might be able to come too, even though they can't vote and speak?
Yep, so it doesn't have any restriction on age. This current version of the bylaw is only saying that any resident of the town may come. And we'll track that based on our records with the annual street listing and census. So that's how we would maintain that. So as long as people respond to their census and say that they live here, then they'll be on the list.
Well, I think that's great. I think high school students, I think, are particularly interested in this sort of thing too.
I do think that we have always had high school students in the hall at different times and observing.
We have, but they don't necessarily have the right to speak and interact with the whole process unless they are also voters, which we've had some as well.
Yep.
I love when I see 18-year-old new voters who decide to come and join us at town meeting, because that's a really fun experience.
I agree. Yeah, no, I think that's definitely a feature as well.
And, my question is just to understand the logistics. So for out-of-town audience, that will still be handled the way we are doing it today, like a separate place for sitting and, yeah.
So yeah, we'll maintain that if there are staff or any contractors, vendors who are there to speak to specific things that we're looking for and testify, they'll have already run that through with the moderator and the boards that they're working with, and we'll have a spot for them to sit near the front so that they can easily move up and take over presenting. And then we'll just make sure that they stay in those areas just to prevent it from, if we do need to switch for whatever reason, we're not chasing all of them out of the room necessarily.
Thank you. And I do think the electronic voting was really successful, and hopefully we'll continue with that. But the contingency that you mentioned, for that, we would need to be prepared, meaning the moderator, the helping volunteers, everyone needs to be educated and trained on this procedure that you just mentioned.
Yep, and then the other piece, fortunately, with the electronic side of it, we do have the benefit of having the vendor who is there on the day of for troubleshooting. But again, if it fails, we have all of our contingencies written down in place for election workers who are there working it, as well as my staff, to get it all done.
Excellent. Thank you.
Fun.
I'm good.
All right, thanks, Connor.
Very welcome, thank you.
Appreciate this. And then the next bylaw that we will consider at town meeting and for discussion tonight is to amend the town's leash law to allow dogs off leash at the dog park and to allow the select board to temporarily test alternative dog control approaches to leashing requirements with public notice. Peter, are you here for this one? Welcome.
Good evening. Peter Lagoy, 21 Hayden Rose Street, speaking here as chair of the Town Trails Coordination and Management Committee, or Trails Committee. The issue of dogs on trails has been something we've been working on for quite some time. We're trying to balance people who are perhaps afraid of dogs from having been bitten as a young child and so have a deathly fear of dogs, with the desire of folks to let their dogs run free. And we started looking into this issue, I think, shortly after last year's town meeting, when there was the depth of the complication became evident.
It is complicated.
And it's a very complicated issue. What we're trying to do was put together some forums, and we thought of putting together a forum and trying to get a more elaborate article for this town meeting, but in thinking about it further, we thought it was probably best to take small steps. So we are planning on having a forum, forums. The first one will be May 1st at the Senior Center, where we're just listening to people's ideas. What has happened, what has been done in other towns, in other places? What are people's concerns? What are they worried about, not worried about? Through that process, though, in looking at the existing leash law, there really is no way of testing any of these. If we find an alternative that looks like a good choice, we really don't have a way to test it. So the primary purpose of this bylaw is to allow for that testing with the select board permission and with appropriate public posting. So one that comes up regularly as a possible is maybe a relatively confined area like the backfield at Pratt Field could be opened with signage that dogs could be off leash in that area, as long as they're under control, and then we can see how it works, what works, what doesn't work. So that's the primary purpose of this change. While doing that, we noticed some housekeeping that, again, came up at last town meeting, which is that basically the existing dog park is illegal to have dogs off leash in that dog park, the way the rules currently stand. And while we were doing this, it seemed like a simple fix to solve that problem as well. So that's the point of that, essentially a housekeeping and then a way to test alternatives.
I appreciate it. Any questions, Mary Jo?
No, you said May 1st you were having the forum?
We're having a forum, right, and we're going to start the posting again.
And where are you having it?
The Senior Center.
Senior Center.
Right. I think it's 7 o'clock, but I'm not sure of the exact time yet. Others are taking
That's all
care
right.
of that.
I just wanted to get it out there so that people knew.
Amy, any questions?
No, I think just as we saw last year, people are not all on the same page on this, so it is good to get out, get feedback from a variety of people and see what we come up with.
Yeah, I would like to also hear how the feedback you get and how it looks from the residents' perspective as well. It's interesting. I think there are a lot of good reasons for it, but I don't own a dog yet, so I'm not fully familiar with all the delicate situations here. But I can empathize with the situation, and I think it's a good, well-thought-out approach, as it seems. One quick question I had is, on the Part C, when you say Select Board will time to time evaluate an alternative, can you clarify what you are thinking or targeting with that approach?
That would be, for example, can we open the back field at Pratt to dogs off leash? So we'd post that, we'd we'd make that recommendation to the Select Board. The Select Board would say, for some defined period of time, the backfield at Pratt will be open for off-leash dogs. Do proper public awareness campaign and let them do that, and then kind of monitor and see what we hear, good, bad, or indifferent, and then bring that back to you to, do we modify it? Do we keep it? How does it work?
Clarify? So would it be kind of like an event or parade permit? You would come before us with your plan for how you intend this, we would approve that temporary plan? Okay.
Correct, yeah. Each temporary plan, whatever it is, would be approved by you folks before it goes out to the public.
Not me, I happily say. Those folks.
Right.
This could include electric fencing, though, couldn't it?
Yes, it could.
Like you could electric fence a really big area and let dogs go in it and,
We're not
Have to-
experts on this.
Yeah, have to test
Obviously,
it first.
people who have dogs pay a lot more attention to this stuff, and people who are concerned about dogs pay a lot more attention. So the idea is to get everyone in a room and get all those ideas in a room and then kind of try and sort through, bring something to you again in this type of meeting. So again, the public has a chance to weigh in and then implement, test it. Rather than put together the idea is to do something rather than simply putting together a bylaw that then, like last year's town meeting, people discuss the pros and cons, and we really don't have any information as to what works, what doesn't work.
Yep. Irfan, any questions?
No, I mean, I think this makes sense. It's a trial period for various options, and I would imagine that at a future town meeting, then we would be proposing a bylaw once we know what works and doesn't work. So, or with the
One
people.
final point, I have been talking to the animal control officer about that, so making sure he's in the loop on this process.
So I really like the public engagement piece of it and the flexibility to test ideas. It is a super challenging thing. People have their own individual, and I get it completely, ideas of where they want to hike and where they want to go and what they want to do with their own pet or how they want to interact with somebody else's pet. But I appreciate this as a really solid step forward to engage with people and try and problem solve.
All we can do is try.
Yep. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I ask one more time? There's probably no one that wants to comment, but it's the last.
Did anybody want to comment on that
Anybody
last
else?
question?
Okay.
Okay. Our next, we don't need any votes. We were just sort of commenting on it, educating the public, socializing it. Great. Okay, our next order of business is new town employee appointments. Welcome.
Through the chair, I'm respectfully requesting the board to confirm the town manager's appointment of Ray Stevenson as the town's reference technology librarian. This is a position currently funded. Oh, sorry. This position is currently funded at less than 20 hours per week, and it will be replacing Kate Kozlauskas, who resigned from the position. Go ahead.
All right, through the chair. The reference technology supervisor is a position that assists patrons at the reference desk, coordinates, supports, and troubleshoots technology and technological services within the library. There's a lot of collaboration with town IT, and this role serves as a bridge between IT and library support staffs for improvements, maintains the library's social media presence, develops and conducts technology instruction and education programs for patrons and staff, and develops, suggests, and implements policies and procedures regarding library technologies as needed. And the role also promotes, maintains, and educates the public about the growing library of things. Ray has fashioned a full-time position out of two part-time positions as a library assistant in circulation at the town of Wellesley and as a library substitute, and then subsequently as a library or senior library assistant here in Hopkinton. Prior to that, they worked as a photographer and has held various customer service roles in retail and banking. Ray has an associate's degree in visual fine arts, a bachelor's degree in fine arts and photography, and a master's degree in progress in library information and library science. We like to speak about relevant competencies when we have an internal candidate who's moving forward. Ray has a gentleness and openness that displays their awareness and respect for others. Ray is smart, articulate, intelligent, thoughtful in her communications, and displays maturity and discipline on the job. Ray has demonstrated in their time in Hopkinton strong detail orientation. They're a self-starter, participates in all staff training and professional development, and is trained in circulation, young adult, and reference service areas. And I'll let Jack tell you a little bit more about some of the contributions Ray has made.
Certainly. So Ray started working at the Hopkinton Public Library in the spring of 2022. In the 2 years that I have had the privilege to know them, they've progressed in the library field exponentially, starting, as we've mentioned, as a circulation substitute, and then progressing as a circulation assistant, and now in the position of a technology librarian. In this time, they've displayed their competency in working with the complex technology that we have within the library, especially relating to design and visual arts, which speaks to their visual arts background, which is unique in the library field, where so many focus simply on the technology as it exists in and of itself, where Ray finds a beauty in technology that then translates to our patrons. In addition to their time working in Hopkinton, Ray does also serve the public of Wellesley, working in their public library as capably as they serve the citizens of Hopkinton. And this provides us in our library with a unique perspective, having such broad library experience. Additionally, Ray has dedicated their focus for their master's degree of library and information science at the University of Rhode Island to working with special populations within libraries, such as teens, underserved patrons, as well as championing DEIB initiatives. Ray has been truly made an impact recently, highlighting key topics from the conflict in Gaza to ending period poverty. They've also helped design and label all of our new seed libraries. So Muriel, I'm sure you're going to take a look at that. All of those beautiful, lovely packets that are designed were designed by Ray, and I can say they're gorgeous. They're committed to diving right in and have been an advocate in our library for those who have been voiceless within our own community as well as others. Ray is the perfect librarian to help the Hopkinton public use the library technology that we have and help our patrons in this wonderful town access our library services equitably. It's for this and many other reasons that I'm excited to have Ray as part of our team continuing and going forward.
Wow. Well, it's really wonderful. I will jump in first and say how much I appreciate the focus on folks that we don't necessarily focus on typically, right? That underserved population designation means an awful lot of things in an awful lot of scenarios and different situations. So I really appreciate that. And for me, especially at the public library, for me, it is one way to really embed the message, especially for young people, that there is safety here and that everybody is welcome. And we are paying attention and we are seeing people with intentionality. So I really appreciate that. I don't really have any questions. I'm thrilled to know that you're going to be moving forward into this position. Do you have any questions?
No questions, but a few comments. I mean, I went through your resume, and it looks like you have extensive experience, and I like your approach and kind of new angles and how we can merge information technology with the library. So I welcome it. I think this is going to be a fantastic merging of different aspects within the library. So I'm all for it.
Yeah, no, excited to see you as the final candidate, and also great to see you have served us very well, and we are able to find a next career path for you here, and also that we are able to snatch you out of Wellesley. So that's great. You certainly have a great academic background and moving towards a great professional career. So welcome and thank you for choosing Hopkinton.
The question I had actually was, this will be moving into a full-time position, right? Oh, no, so she'll still have 2 part-time positions?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
And that's actually how we lost our last librarian. It was she found a full-time position. They're rare in the library world.
I've done that in my career, too. Had 2 half-time jobs at the same place for a while till something opened up, and then I could get full-time. Well, anyway, I hope that works out for you here. It looks like you're on your track to get your master's, so maybe then there'll be something that you can get in August, okay?
Hey!
Yeah, so we're glad to have you aboard, and it's another role.
Mary Jo?
Well, I'm not going to ask you why Hopkinton, you already work for us. No, you really are just kind of advancing your position a bit, and that's what you're doing. So I wholeheartedly approve, and I think that I congratulate you on getting your master's this summer.
So I will entertain a motion. Somebody wants to make it?
And we're going to appoint Rachel Ray Stevenson for the, for the position of reference technology librarian.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Congratulations. I'm going to insist that you stick around for a picture, if you don't mind, in a moment. Okay.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I am respectfully requesting the board confirm the town manager's promotion of Jessica Lawrence from benefits coordinator to the town's human resources director. As you know, the human resources director guides, executes, and manages the municipal human resources services provided by the HR department, except for the school department. The role ensures accuracy, accountability, and efficiency of services provided and is responsible for maintaining and improving upon these areas of responsibility. Building, leading, and directing the HR team is a key focus of the position. The HR director serves as the town's representative in a variety of forms and venues, including the town's affirmative action, equal employment officer, Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, privacy officer, and harassment grievance officer. This role also functions as the town's designated agent in such matters as workers and unemployment compensation, ADA, FLSA, and DEI. Let me also, perhaps with the chair's permission, allow Christine to explain the process. Before she does so, realizing that this is a significant position in town, we invited all town departments to participate in the panels. All departments but 2 participated. The 2 departments that did not participate cited emergencies that came up, making it not possible for them to attend the interviews. And also, considering that this is an internal promotion, I need to highlight to the public that this was an open process. We received applications from outside the organization, and Christine will list how many people we interviewed. Suffice to say, Jessica was the only internal candidate.
Correct. So we had 8 candidates apply for the position. The first round panel interviewed 5 candidates. That panel consisted of Elaine Lazarus, Assistant Town Manager, Tom Poirier, Fire Prevention Officer, John Neese, Principal Assessor, Andrea Calibri, Youth Services Supervisor from the library, and Nicole Bratsos, the Inspector of Construction Utilities and inspections for the DPW and Town Engineer's Office. Of those 5 candidates, 4 were forwarded to second round, and the panel included, again, Elaine Lazarus, Aaron O'Neill, Hopkinton Police Sergeant, Vasuda Dutta, Executive Assistant to the Town Manager's Office, John Lewis, Parks and Recreation Director, and Kobe Wallace of the Land Use Planning and Permitting Department. And from there, those 4 candidates, Jessica was selected as the top candidate and recommended to the town manager.
And in terms of relevant competencies, you may recall Jessica actually worked for us for a while and then took a break, assumed the position of Human Resources Director for the town of Charlton. We successfully convinced her to come back to Hopkinton, where she worked with us in the last 4.5 years as the benefits administrator. So she has been in Hopkinton for 8 years in total. Throughout the interview, and also talking to Maria Casey, who again was part of the interview process, we confirmed Jessica's abilities relative to contract negotiations. Currently, she's working with the town manager in negotiating our health insurance renewal. Labor relations, as we should mention, Jessica has led some of the internal investigations that we've conducted here successfully. She has extensive employee relations experience, including conflict resolutions. She's actually an MCAD trained officer. Policy writing, she authored the town's workplace safety policy. She also has extensive recruitment and hiring experience throughout the enterprise, public safety, here at Town Hall, library, and DPW. She is great in data analysis. She has helped us in multiple ways with our benefits calculations, as well as confirming instances where we are having extensive salary increases. As well as she has done a fantastic job, in fact, linking the organization to the individuals who have worked for us for many years, namely our retirees. When I went through her file, I saw a great deal of commendation letters coming from our retirees. So with that, I'm respectfully requesting the board confirm her promotion from benefits coordinator to HR director.
Thank you very much. I'll start down with Mary Jo. Do you have any questions?
Well, we've got to know each other a little since I'm working for Connor and I'm down there. I don't really. I think that you've been doing a good job at what you're doing, and I'm glad to see you being promoted a bit.
Amy.
Yeah, I'm not sure I really have any questions either. Like, it's always good when you're promoting someone from within, everyone already knows you and you know the environment, and so I hope that it'll be a good fit for you to move up.
Well, it sounds like you certainly went through the rounds with the interview process, and I'm glad that we were able to bring you back to Hopkinton, and I love the idea of you moving on up. I'm confident that we'll be in good shape.
Yeah, I do have a question, but before that, I certainly commend your stepping forward and going through all the interview process, and great to see you in the final round. Certainly, it's been very competitive, and you have a great background, great service to our town, and thank you for sticking to our town and doing all the great work that you're doing. The question I have is, in your view, with the competitive market that we are in, what would be your strategy for or thoughts on retaining and promoting the motivation of the town employees?
Well, I think there needs
to be communication with employees. I had proposed various different benefit enhancements in an effort to have a well-rounded experience to support employees that may be different from either other communities or other employers. And also help assist, since there has been such an increase in inflation, to help their benefits that would help employees to pay for some things that are necessary costs in their life. So I felt like that was an enhancement that would assist with retention and recruitment. I also would like to, an idea that our previous HR director had that has not come to fruition. I would like to start to do stay interviews as in addition to exit interviews, and talk to employees around what are the things that they enjoy about working in the town of Hopkinton, and what are things that they feel like are either changes that need to happen or further developed in order to make it a better place to work.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Sure.
Thank you very much. I'm always really gratified at the rigor and robustness of our process. I always appreciate, I think I've made that very well known, an open application process, and I always expect our internal candidates to do very well. But I think that it is always a good thing when we look to really look out to invite new candidates into the process as well. And I lost my question. I had one too. Wow. I hate when that happens. Oh, it was more of a comment, actually. We have floated the conversational topic about like employee satisfaction surveys and feedback and so forth. I'm a big fan of feedback on a regular basis and some mechanism so that people can candidly, openly, without sort of attribution to the comments. Sometimes it's wonderful to necessarily interview people directly, but also sometimes it's important for people to be able to give feedback that isn't attributed to them, so that we build our processes and we make them better and we make ourselves better. So I appreciate that idea a lot, actually.
I agree.
Okay. I will entertain a motion.
I move the motion to appoint Jessica L. Lorenz as the HR director for our town.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Congratulations. Should we take a picture or wait for the other appointments?
Yeah, wait for
Are
the-
you able to wait?
Yes, I'll be here anyway.
You'll be here anyway, so you're definitely able to wait. Ray, are you able
May
to?
lose Ray by the time, I think
Why don't we take two pictures?
Okay.
Why don't we take two pictures?
we can take one, yeah.
We don't lose anybody. Elaine's camera on this picture. Can't actually talk about that right now. But we can.
We just have to correct the impression, I think.
Okay, next order of business is the senior work program. Is Mr. Neese here? Oh, doesn't look like Mr. Neese. But that's okay.
I have to say, you're better looking than Mr. Neese.
Oh, easy. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Board. My name is Renee Shen. I'm the Deputy Assessor. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of Principal Assessor John Neese and the Board of Assessors. I'm here tonight to request approval to increase the current senior work-off program limit from $1,500 to $2,000. To give you all some background on the program, the Senior Tax Credit Volunteer Program allows seniors in Hopkinton the opportunity to volunteer for the town and in return receive a reduction in their property tax for the hours worked. The tax reduction is earned based on the total number of hours worked at the state's minimum wage rate of $15 an hour. The maximum tax reduction that can currently be earned is limited to $1,500. Recently, MGL Chapter 59, Section 5K was amended to allow any city or town that accepts the provisions to raise the property tax reduction limit to $2,000. If the increase is approved, it would help provide Hopkinton seniors with a way to offset the rising cost of living and hopefully allow them to stay in their homes here in Hopkinton. It will also provide the town with an additional 1,000 hours of volunteer service. Some of the places our seniors are currently contributing their time and talents include the Treasurer Collector's Office, the Assessor's Office, the Town Clerk's Office, and the Senior Center. If approved, seniors in this program would be allowed to work the additional hours now through September 2024 to reach that $2,000 tax credit, which would then be applied towards fiscal 25 tax bill. The cost of the program for fiscal 24 was $60,000. We had 45 seniors who participated, earning a reduction on their fiscal 24 tax bill. If we raise that limit to $2,000, we expect to see an annual increase in the program of about $15,000 a year. The program cost is funded through our overlay account, and the amount needed to operate the program is considered each year when determining overlay needs. The Board of Assessors, along with the Human Resources Department and the Hopkinton Senior Center, are recommending the acceptance of this amended provision to raise the property tax reduction limit.
Thank you. Ms. Lorenz?
The cost of living has increased substantially in the last few years from pre-COVID 2019 to 2023. There was a 19% increase in the cost of living. And when we consider individuals who may be on a fixed income and the cost of the value of homes increasing, therefore taxes increasing, this would be a step to help mitigate some of those increased costs for seniors.
Great. I appreciate you bringing this forward, and I always like to, when we talk about the cost of this program, I always like to suggest that the program really honestly pays us back. So we more than get our value in return for this investment in our seniors who participate in this program. So any questions, Irfan?
Yeah, just for the public's sake, how much of an impact on everyone else's tax bill would this really have?
I mean, at $60,000, I mean, this is, you know, it.
Today it's 60 and it'll be 15,000 more.
Right.
15,000.
Oh, at 75,000. I mean, it's not even more than a penny, maybe, of your tax.
Would be hard to calculate.
That's what I just wanted the public to understand, is that if we're giving these tax breaks, what it costs them.
And they're earning it.
Yeah.
They are volunteering their time at the minimum wage rate.
And the town is benefiting from paying essentially minimum wage for highly skilled labor.
Yes.
And oftentimes people who have retired from municipal work here with the town and are, have all that experience.
Excellent. Thank you.
Mr. Manan?
Yeah, just to comment on that, I think this is wonderful. Glad to see it's coming. I mean, when we have rising taxes, inflation, and everything going in, this gives a little bit more than what you used to. So I think it's a great move. Now, that said, I just want to understand a little bit of the dynamics, because it appears to me that, it's, given the parameters, it's very little change in my view. But when was the 1,500 ceiling established, and what has been the inflation since then? Do you have a sense of it? Just in general, you mentioned 19% in the last 3 years, which 3-4 years, which makes sense. But the 1,500, when was it set the last time? Do you know?
I'm not sure when the $1,500 amount was established, but it was of January 2nd, 2024 of this year that it was amended for the 2,000.
Okay. No, understood. So I'm all for it. And I think we get a great value from the volunteers and the seniors, and a little bit of respite. So this is great.
Ms. Lafreniere?
I don't know if I have to recuse myself on this vote or not, because I'm part of this program. I've worked. And I can say that I do work, and I get the maximum, and then I wind up continuing to volunteer because we need so many people in these positions, and it's for quite a long time. I mean, I'm pretty much almost done for this year, and then I'll be volunteering through the rest of the year. But if this opens up too for more seniors to come forward and volunteer for positions, and then I won't have to continue to volunteer all year, which I probably will anyway. But it's so much better to give the seniors a chance to get out and work for the town and be in the town buildings and see what their taxes are going toward. And I also think that they need the outlet is wonderful for them, along with the senior center, which is a great place, and I've worked down there, and it means so much to people to be able to contribute, and it costs the town nothing compared to what it would cost to hire an employee to do what these volunteers do for that part of the year. It's really a savings. So I just want to encourage people to vote for this.
If I may? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do you want to go ahead?
You know what? Do we have to open a public hearing 15 minutes ago?
Yes.
Could I entertain a motion to open the public hearing for the restaurant application for new all alcohol beverages license at the Hopkins Center for the Arts, and we'll come back to it.
So moved.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. And you wanted to say something on this?
Yes, about the public hearing, and then also
Oh, yeah.
on behalf of the town hall team, I want to take this opportunity as your outgoing town manager to thank the seniors for their time, knowledge, skills, and abilities. They actually bring a very exciting tone to the atmosphere at Town Hall. I can assure you that every moment we have called a senior to come in and help on short notice, they do show up. Thank you.
Amy.
I'll just echo what the others said. This is a wonderful program. I'm glad we can offer it. And I wanted to clarify, because this is what I heard too. So the state legislature upped it to 2,000 specifically. They didn't want to tie it to inflation, so it will grow a little bit each year. So 2,000 is our limit, correct? And,
Yeah, 2,000 is the limit.
okay, and they don't apparently change it every year for inflation, so that's too bad they didn't do that. But anyway, I'm very supportive of moving it up to 2,000.
Okay. So I'll entertain, imagine we have a motion on, to.
I move to,
Great.
I move to approve the changes in the senior work program for from $1,500 to $2,000 per year as allowed by Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5K.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
All right, so our next order of business will be that public hearing for the all alcoholic beverages license for the Hopkinen Center for the Arts, located at 98 Hayden Rose Street, Hopkinen, Mass., under Mass General Law, Chapter 138, Section 12. The public hearing will be held at Town Hall, 18 Main Street. I don't think I have to read all that. Welcome. So I know that we have all interacted with the materials in the packet, but introduce yourselves and what you're hoping to achieve with this.
Good evening, Attorney Trish Farnsworth on behalf of the Hopkinton Center for the Arts, and with me, as you know, both Kelly Grill, the Executive Director, and Denise Tracy, the Event Manager, and Denise would also be the proposed manager on the license. Briefly, we're here for an all-alcohol Section 12 on-premise license. For the past 9 years or so, alcohol has been served at the center in connection with events and performances and shows and fundraisers. They have been serving via caterers, but now that's been difficult just because of the cost incurred, and Kelly can explain more with that, and also finding caterers. But also this past summer, you all were kind enough to issue, I think, 14 special one-day licenses that, they did not use caterers, that they served the alcohol themselves. Again, no issues. So there is public need. The center is, a valuable asset in the town, and this would certainly help them and, operate. They're not changing their business at all. They're not turning into a function hall or, an event center. This really is just a side use and the ability to put on these events. Also, I just want to point out that Denise has tremendous experience, which she can address if you have questions in her past with respect to the sale and service of alcohol. Folks would all be staff and volunteers would be TIPS trained, so there wouldn't be any issues at all with the sale and service at the center. So that's just a brief overview. But I think Denise, or I get pass this on, and let Kelly talk about really the problem with the caterers.
Hello, good evening. Yes, we found that over the past several years that it's become increasingly difficult. Our agreement with the town was to use 12C licensed caterers when we had any event to ensure that we were using professionals that had that extra level of certification. But what we're finding is the majority of our events are smaller. There are some art shows, some plays that will serve for about a half an hour, or smaller events of 20 to 50 people. And for these caterers, after COVID, several of them folded, didn't come back into business. So then when we did find those less licensed level caterers, they either were just too busy to take on such small work. So oftentimes we would have a concert and know a few days before we couldn't serve alcohol at the concert because the attendance was only for them 75 people or 100 people, and it wasn't worth their time. And so we started to look into the possibility of, in addition to that, the cost increasingly got higher and higher. So every time we would have any kind of event where we serve alcohol, it would cost us anywhere between $250 to $500 to have that event just for that alcohol service. So it's become quite costly for us, and it has become a detriment to some of the events, as many people know. It has increased the experience by able to offer alcohol at whether it's an event that we're having or it is a concert or an outdoor concert, indoor concert, or play or anything that we're doing. So that's when we started to investigate this possibility, and we've looked at several other different art centers that went through this process and were successful, and we feel by hiring a very experienced event manager who's been with us now for 3 years, and we have been basically doing the work for the last 7 years without an issue. And so we went through the process of the application and feel confident that we can, moving forward, this is going to be much more successful, reliable, much more cost efficient, and even have a little bit of a revenue for the Art Center versus what we're doing now.
Great. Did you want to leap in?
So I'm not sure how far you guys would like me to go, but if you consider that I started working at Hojo's at age 14, I've got over 50 years' experience in the food and beverage industry. I've worked at many establishments down the East Coast, and more notably here in Massachusetts. I worked for Davio's for many years. My husband and I opened our own restaurant 11 years ago in Holliston. It was Jasper Hill, and we had a liquor license there. Then we moved to Millis, so we had a liquor license there for a total of 8 years until COVID did us in. And there were no incidents whatsoever with the license there. Yeah.
Great, thank you. I'll open it up to the board for questions. Irfan?
Really no questions. I think it's finally time that you applied for the all alcohol license. We've been doing it one at a time, and I think the HCA has run it fantastically. There's never been an issue, and I think it's high time.
Yeah, I would echo the same. I certainly see or have been a big fan of your programs and how you bring the vibrancy to our town, or have been. And great to see that it's progressing, and you have handled all the events very well, very professionally. And I'm with Irfan too. I think it's time that you gain this efficiency and this better cost management and go over the humps that you're facing. And certainly having someone so experienced and the record of years to handle it very professionally and up to the mark, I think tells a lot about that. So I'm in favor of this, and I think it'll help also continue your mission and all the good things that we see from this center.
Amy?
Yeah, so I'm very supportive of this application. It looks like staff comments were positive. Just the reminder that if it's over 100 people, they'd recommend a police detail and someone certified in crowd management, which I think that you're probably already doing. And I'm glad you had a chance to try this out for a few years. That makes us feel much more confident in improving the all alcohol license. And I did see the superintendent wrote a letter on behalf of the schools saying they haven't had any issues, so that's great. And Dr. Kavanaugh is on the Zoom if we had questions. I don't know that we do, but yeah, I'm happy to move forward with this.
Mary Jo?
I'm going to be the dissenter again. I have a real problem because the law is so specific about not allowing any alcohol within 500 feet of a school or church or a few other things. And this is within 500 feet of 2 schools. And I know everything's been fine, but the process we had was for each event. And we knew what the event was, and we knew when it was happening, and it had oversight, and it had police oversight. And this is like a restaurant license. It's like a blanket license. It's not the same as the licenses we've been giving out for specific events. And I think that we can do something. I'd like to see something done, but I want to see something much more specific as to what's going to happen when you have a 30, 40, 75-person event, and how are we going to do it with all the other protections that we have, trash protection, police protection, all the other things that we've had in the process that we've been using. And I know now it costs you more. We're going to have to, what I want to do is try to find a way that we can continue with the oversight without costing you more from these companies, that we can do something within your, but a blanket license is not the way to go, my feelings, because it's actually not the law.
There were a few precedents that the superintendent was making sure they were following. I don't know if we want to read those.
So, yeah, we do have that letter from the school, and I appreciate that. I wonder, kind of wonder if we have any sort of, don't take this the wrong way, sort of enforcement authority. So if it isn't you folks in front of me, but it's the next administration, do the provisions under the law, because also in the letter from Sergeant Van Ralton from the police department, he respectfully requests that the requirements imposed on other license holders be uniformly applied to the HSA to ensure equity, and I honestly don't know what all of that means.
Okay, I can address that. That is the statute. The law is that you can have a liquor license within 500 feet of a church, a hospital, or a school. And a school means, grammar school, high school. Colleges and nursery schools do not count. But you can have that as long as this board makes a determination that the alcohol license, and in this case, would not be detrimental to the school, the activities of the school. And I think that the school superintendent voiced that, she did not think it would be detrimental. They've had alcohol there all these years, so it hasn't been detrimental before, so it's not going to be detrimental. And to your point, I think you have more authority. If you issue the license, you can revoke this license. You can suspend this license if there is any issue with it. As opposed to a caterer license, you, the Hopkinton Board, do not have authority over that. That's the ABCC. So really, by issuing this license, you have more authority. You know these folks. You don't know those caterers, who the staff, the caterers are. So I really...
Not that there's anything wrong with caterers.
No.
I know.
But I just want to, but that is the law, actually, how it works. And there are plenty of, liquor licenses issued within 500 feet of a church, school, or hospital. You just need to make the determination that it's...
I have no problem with issuing it for events, as we have been doing. The idea of a blanket license is, regular license is...
well, I think the plan...
I don't think it applies. I want to know each individual event and what they're doing.
Could we add
Have them
conditions
apply individually.
to our motion that Dr. Kavanaugh put in her letter about alcohol should only be served at the HCA when schools are not in session? Can we add those to our motion as conditions?
So long as the board makes a finding regarding those conditions. If the board finds them appropriate, yes, the board can consider them as part of the motion.
I had another question, and by the way, I have celebrated events at the HCA. I have celebrated at events at the HCA. I have enjoyed myself entirely at all of those events, and they've been wonderful for the community. I remember speaking to you when COVID broke and we were gathering for the first time, but outside, how meaningful and important it was for the community, and the way that the HCA has really become what I would call sort of an engine of really positive activity and drive in the community. The other question I have is that it seems different to me, and I don't know the law, that we would we would assign a liquor license to a facility that is in a town-owned, on town property. And I don't know what the implications of that are.
As long as, I mean, your lease, you can permit that. There's, I mean, I'm sure there's other town-owned properties or city-owned properties that have been issued a list. I mean, they're like any other tenant.
Yeah.
You know, if a restaurant went in there, you could issue a license. I mean, and they're not going to be a restaurant, they're not going to be using it. But I do want to point out that they don't just serve alcohol. They do want to make sure that there's always food available with alcohol, whether they're selling, you know, the food items or whatever. So it's not just in, you know, these.
Right.
I'm just looking for a procedure. Okay. How do we know when an event is happening, what's going to happen at the event, what kind of alcohol is going to be served? And we should know that at every single event, and not just all of a sudden alcohol served. We need to know, huh?
I think I can address that. The last agreement we had was if we were to use a 12C licensed caterer, we would not have to come for a one-day license. And the reason we came to that conclusion was we have so many events. If we had to come in front of this board, we'd be here every week talking about 2 or 3 different events, and it was just way too cumbersome. So the select board at the time had come up with a solution. And so we have parameters of hours to serve and when to serve, and we would not be changing those at all. They are always not when school is happening. They are only for these events. This is a small, the other thing that you can be rest assured on is we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. And in order to maintain our 501(c)(3) status, 75 to 80% of our revenue has to come from mission-driven revenue-generating purposes. And so we will only be allowed to do that 10 to 15% of our time at things like events that brings extra revenue, or else we would be subject to losing our license. So you can be assured that it will never climb above that number. We would never let that happen. It's a much smaller portion of what we do. And as far as we really didn't have a situation before where you knew every single event and every single time was reported. What we did is we followed the parameters that were suggested, which was only when school is not in session, only at the hours that the bylaws allow for us to have events happening at that time, and we would continue to honor that agreement.
Okay. Professional, I'll come back. Did you have any questions or comments, Mr. Malo or Ms. Lazarus?
Yes. Not necessarily a question, but this could be one of the conditions if the board decides to move forward. There's an existing lease between the town and the HCA. Whatever action that the town takes tonight, or the board takes tonight, should comply with the lease. In other words, we want to make sure that there are no other changes that are required in the lease.
Are we looking up the lease as we speak?
Yeah. I think based on prior discussions, the application is properly before the board, i.e., there was an anticipation that there may be an instance where the HCA may apply for an alcohol license, and the list does allow that application to be submitted. But we want to make sure, though, is that if the application moves forward, that any adjustments that are needed on the list, that they do okay.
I do believe all those are in the list.
Some question and some comments. So I think, Norman, you answered my last question, which is, it has been vetted by the town council, correct? Or through the legal lens to some extent? Or do we need to do further all these questions?
Yeah, I'll need to confirm with Vasuta if this application specifically was sent to town council.
Yeah. So we can do that due diligence. But in the meantime, I think, there are some of the concerns that I heard, and we definitely want to do what's right for our town and how we can also promote HCA and the mission and provide the flexibility that we are looking for. And my understanding is, it's not very uncommon for nonprofit and this type of cultural centers or art centers to have these type of privilege in other towns or generally in other establishments. But so given your track record, I think I feel comfortable, but it would be good also for everyone to know how many events on an average or you have managed so far where you served alcohol in the last Take a Pick, and how many complaints or abuse of alcohol reports you have encountered?
So I would say on average, it is 2 to 4 events a month, and we've never had a complaint.
We did actually get a letter of support, actually, from a butter as well. Did you say that, Dr. Kavanaugh? Could we liven up Dr. Kavanaugh too, just in preparation?
That's what I thought, but I just wanted to reflect that so, there's no concern on that front. So it clearly shows that, you are able to manage it and have the good reputation of it. We'll continue to be able to manage it. It's more about providing the flexibility that you are looking for. I also see that the hours are after school hours, which makes it, I think, more reasonable, given the context. It's close to the school. So I just wanted to add those comments, and thanks for that information.
Dr. Kavanaugh?
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, great. I think from the school's end, I do like maybe the idea of putting into a motion the idea that they can only use the liquor license when school is not in session or when we are not having an after-school event ourselves. And I do want to say that Kelly Grill and the HCA have been amazing neighbors to us. And I think the communication is always it's always very clear and it's open and it's two-way. And I appreciate and respect that. But we're not sure that this will always be the HCA leadership. And so I do like just having that additional layer in there. So I guess the takeaway for me is I guess I would just like to have very clear communication with whoever is at the helm, and I appreciate Kelly's work at the helm because it's been wonderful.
Thank you very much. Okay, any final questions before we?
Mary Jo.
Go ahead, Mary Jo.
No, I just thought when we did one-day liquor license on other town properties, which we've done, but they're one-day things, and we get all the information that goes with them.
Huh? On town properties, but I don't want to pick that fight. I don't know if we've done them.
EMC Park.
EMC Park, yes, and I voted. One time I voted, but it's
done at Common on occasion way back in the years, and things of a long time ago. But I also don't want to set a precedent for somebody else who's. That's all. I want to see this. I want to see this happen. I just want to, on a more individual basis, really know what's happening. Like Carol, she wants the other layer, and that's all I'm looking for is another layer of maybe we just need to talk this out,
And you had a final point?
I like the idea of another layer, and I think, Mary Jo, taking your concerns into account, that certainly is also helpful. And I think I may have missed the field, but once we provision it, if it moves forward tonight, how long would it be valid for, and when will it come back for time-to-time review?
Annually, is that right? They come.
So there is an opportunity for annual review all the time, right? I just wanted to make sure that's also highlighted, that it's not in perpetuity without any opportunity to review on a yearly basis, correct?
Yes, the renewals are done in December every year.
Thank
Yes, it's a public hearing, as it happens. Thank you for the reminder. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment? We'll start here, sir.
Yes.
So what I'm going to say, and it's a little challenging, is that folks at home can't really hear you unless you come up to a microphone. Yep.
Good evening. My name's Martin Bays. My address is 106 Hayden Row. I'm the immediate abutter to the south of the HCA. I would echo Carol Kavanagh's comments. The HCA has been an absolutely wonderful neighbor, and I think with reading through the pre-materials for the meeting tonight, I thought the wording of the suggestions from Carol Kavanagh about the ways to manage the events was entirely appropriate. I have no reservations whatsoever. They've been a wonderful neighbor, and I look forward to them being so in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I saw somebody else. Yes, Sabine.
Hello, Sabine St. Pierre, One Woody Island. I just want to say that I'm in full support. I've been to events at the HCA. I've been in events at the HCA, so I've been on both sides of it. And the professionalism that they have there, and I understand the board will change, but it sounds like you've got, parameters in place that you will follow and continue to follow, some new stipulations that you'll put in, and, the revenue that they bring in, people that come in from out of town. We just did a show, there were 5 shows, and they were all sold out, and people came from everywhere. So I think it's just a great thing for the town, and this will just continue to enhance the experience there. Thank you.
Okay. So let me ask directly, did we have town council review this for us?
We don't have an answer yet.
You don't have an answer?
We could make a motion.
We could do pending.
Yep. All about it. So how about this? I would entertain a motion, and I would like to include the stipulations that Dr. Kavanaugh included, and then one that we have it vetted by town council on our behalf.
I move to find.
Do we want to include the conditions recommended by the police department?
Oh, yes.
Someone certified in crowd management.
Yep, and also.
Over 100 people.
Yep, appreciate that. And also, I don't think it should be part of the motion, but yes, we would manage the requirements of this license like we would any other liquor license in town. Go ahead, Shardul.
Just to be clear, what is exactly the 400 people clause you wanted?
It's here, if there is over 100 people in attendance, they would be required to hire a detail. Yeah, 100, yeah.
Thank you. I move to find that the premises, which is located, that's the one? Which is located within 500 feet of 2 schools, is not detrimental to the educational activities of the schools, and to issue a Section 12 all alcohol on premises license for the Hopkinton Center for the Arts at 98 Hayden Row, pending legal review completion, and also adding the clause that they would be hiring details should the events exceed the number of participants more than 100 people.
Yep, and the schools.
From the fire chief.
And
Events exceeding 100 people should have a crowd manager.
Oh, and the fire chief, events exceeding 100 should have a crowd
Which I think
management.
it can just be a staff member, I think.
Yeah.
That does crowd management.
Yep.
And, okay, thank you. And we have some more. And alcohol should be served at the HCA when the schools are not in session, with the condition alcohol should not be served when the Hopkinton Public Schools is hosting a major afternoon, evening, weekend event that would involve the use of the high school, middle school, or Hopkins school facilities in the evening, and that there will be adherence to the parking agreement entered into by the HPS and the HCA on July 7, 2017.
Okay.
Did that cover everything?
I think we got
We said
everything.
attorney review.
We did say
Okay.
attorney review.
So second.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further questions or comments?
Yeah, I hope I'm still going to be able to get my glass of wine Thursday night.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next order of business is a joint meeting with the Board of Library Trustees to fill their vacancy. So please come forward and fill in. Okay, welcome. Do you need to bring your committee into session?
Yes, so I'll call the meeting to order at 7:40. Roll call. Jessica McCaffrey. Warren Clark.
Okay. You don't have anybody on Zoom, right?
There's only four left.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. So you don't have to do a roll call here, but just because everybody's here. So we're here to discuss appointing a candidate to fill the remainder of the term until town election fills the seat. What is it, the seat that is currently open that we're filling through the May election, what is the unexpired length of the term?
1 year.
1 year. So in this election, somebody will be running for the 1 year seat. Okay, all right. So typically, just process-wise, let's just level set. We've done this before together. Usually one of us chairs. If you don't mind, I'll chair. Okay. And then we will have an opportunity to interview the candidates. Are both candidates here?
It's actually one. There was a little clarification for Mr. El Nasri as to his eligibility to subsequently run in the election. So he formally informed us a couple of weeks ago that he was unable to move forward.
Oh, so we have one candidate.
Yes.
Okay. Is that you, sir? Yes. Oh, you can come forward you can come forward and explain. Are you withdrawing your application?
No, I'm actually here if it's needed for the remainder of the term, if it's needs my help.
Okay, so what we had clarified was,
Okay.
if you don't mind me explaining the situation. So Mr. El Masri was informed that he's still a Canadian citizen only at the moment, pending his U.S. citizenship. He would only be able to fill the appointed seat, but wouldn't be able to subsequently run in the election for, the actual position. So when we met a couple of weeks ago, the understanding was that he wouldn't be able to fill any aspect of it. But in this case, it would be 1 month, essentially, that would be available if Mr. El Masri wants to pursue that.
Okay. Okay. So the other question I have is lots of times we don't fill a seat when it's so close to the election, and I don't necessarily have an objection to doing that, but I just point that out, that it would be fine if we didn't as well. So process. We have two candidates. We're back to level setting. We have two candidates because any candidate can certainly put their name in that is qualified to apply. So we will go around the circle. It's a big circle. We typically ask the same question of both candidates. If we have a question, it's not necessary for everybody to ask a question, but everybody is welcome to ask the questions that are on their minds. So I think I'm going to suggest that a couple people move over to this side so that the candidates can move forward and be available to also speak when we're asking questions. And then the only thing I would say that when you're sharing microphones is to make sure you move the microphone over so you can be heard when you are speaking. So the candidates, if you grab a chair and come on up to this table, that will be helpful. Yeah. And welcome, and so it behooves me to say how much we appreciate that that we have so many people that are willing to step up and volunteer for the town. It's really wonderful. So because we have two candidates, my question is going to be this. I'm going to ask each of you to briefly introduce yourself and your desire to fulfill this role.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Hisham Al-Masri. As you heard, I'm from Canada, and so I have an interest in filling this role essentially to help out. Education and community have been a big proponent of my life, and when we moved to Hopkinton, myself and my wife, about a year ago, we said, how can we give back to the community? And this opportunity arose, and I said, well, here's a chance to apply my background in this area. And as far as my background goes, in case you're interested, so I have a background in academia. So I have my PhD in electrical engineering. I have participated in organizations from nonprofits to support research across academic fields in the microelectronics areas, across universities in both Canada and the US. I have also, in my career, focused on working with organizations like the MathWorks, where we supported research globally in the field, as well as currently where I focus more in industry, but still in the same area of supporting research in the area there. So I've been a strong proponent of the STEM area for education and research. And as far as community goes, well, I mean, the story for that is when my wife and I were looking for houses, originally I had the idea of I just needed something with a big room or something, that's my dream was that. But it wasn't until I saw Hopkinton and we saw the neighborhoods here and the community, we said, this is where we want to settle down. So that's kind of a little story about the interest I have in the community as well.
What's your address, sir? Usually we ask for name and address. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yes. No, my address is 49 Teresa Road.
Okay. Oh, great neighborhood.
Yes.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Look at you go. Okay. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Good.
Hi, Stan Polnick here, 11 Downey Street. As most of you know, I have served on this board several times over the years. I was appointed to the first board as a result of a tied election, and I ran for election several times and made it. When I heard that there was an opening, I decided I'd go for it again because there were only going to be 4 people on the board, and if something contentious should come up, you need that 5th vote. My goal is to serve the library and the community in the best interest. I am on the ballot for the May election, and as far as I know, I'm unopposed, but that could change.
Well, it would be hard to change now unless there was a write-in, but I don't want to call that forward. Okay, I'm going to move around to my left. Shahidul, do you have any questions for the candidates?
Just in general, and thank you for stepping forward to serve. Appreciate new faces as well. In general, what's your vision for a library like ours in a town like ours? Do you want to state maybe 2-3 points of what you want to achieve through this role and what you want to see in our library for future?
Want to go first?
Sure. So in terms of the vision, one thing I see the library already doing is a lot of community events in terms of encouraging people to go to the library and participate and see all the benefits that has in joining the library and what it provides there to the community, as well as seeing it as an addition to the already amazing academic facilities in Hopkinton as well. So you have the schools, you have the community, the library is the center of both.
Thank you.
When we did the expansion of the library, we were really, really hoping that it would become a community center, and it has. And through the previous director and our current director, the the many, many programs that they have come up with, very innovative stuff. I want to see that continue. I know they do a really neat thing on early release days in conjunction with the police department, I think. And I was over there the last time they did it, and there had to be 110 kids in there. I like to see that. There's a lot of things that, I'm groping for a word here. There are a lot of things that can happen regarding First Amendment and book banning and things like that, and I am staunchly pro-First Amendment. And to me, that's probably the most important part of being a trustee, is protecting those rights.
Thank you. Thank you again. And one thing I just want to add is that we have one open position and two wonderful candidates. So one of you will not get it, but I would certainly urge you to stay interested for future positions and come back to us for another time. Thank you.
For fun.
So what are the areas of improvement that you would want to see in the library?
That was my question, Irfan.
I don't took my question.
The other end.
Myself, I would hope that in the future there will be more opportunities for the staff to have different types of training than they have in the past. Things change. Things are changing rapidly in our society. Earlier today, we saw an example of that. I'm not sure what other improvements can be made. You've got a physical space that's very defined, and I wish we had more parking and things like that, but, you know, I was very happy to see that when the budget was presented this year, that it went right straight through with no problems, and I hope that will continue in the future.
So my experience is limited with the Hopkinton Library because I've only been here for a year. But if I had to pick something from my own experience, it's more the ebook selection and the limited amounts there. I tried to check out a couple of books recently, and they're all checked out on my reader, so I had to go without. Couldn't sleep at night, so that's on me. So I would say that, you know, something, and I don't even know if that's under the library's purview or not, but if it is, then that would be something I would focus on. In a limited time, I would be there.
And I understand that is being addressed.
Mr. El-Masri, how long would it be before your citizenship is approved and you would be able to run for office?
All goes well, just a couple more years.
Okay.
Yes, Ann.
Is this on or did-
It's on.
Okay. I've been very quiet,
So
just in
be
case.
careful. That's right.
It has been my utter delight to be a trustee with these folks and to do our very best to serve what I think is a gem, which is the library and its fabulous staff and a great work environment there. And something that I've loved about being on the Board of Trustees is that we have the privilege to discuss issues until we are in full agreement. We've only had complete agreement on all of our votes since I've been there. Probably beforehand, but I really enjoy that. But it's also a challenge because we're only, we were the five, only the four of us trying to bring in different perspectives that we think the town, other people in town might have. So can you tell me, what experiences you've had or how you may try to bring in perspectives that are not maybe yours, but are other people's in town to represent them when you come to a trustee meeting?
Oh, okay, I'll go first. So with my past experience in working with organizations, to bring in outside experience, usually it's communication, listening to the community and seeing what they're looking for. I'm a bit biased. Technology is kind of my background, so one thing I'm always interested in is using that as a tool, if you will, to get people excited in at least participating and communicating. One thing that, in my experience, I was the president of the local International Electrical and Electronic Engineer chapter up in Canada, where I was living, and I won an award for encouraging more people to participate and join the group by opening up those communications with a number of groups in the community and getting them to participate in terms of just being there and learning about the services that we provide.
To top that one. Let me say this. This gentleman appeared at the board meeting last month, and we were all kind of knocked over by him.
Not physically.
And I feel that he has a great deal to offer the community as a whole. If you want to do this for a month, why not? We already talked about joining the Friends of the Library and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, and he was very amenable to that. I see him in a couple of years doing big things in this town. And if this is the way he can slide his foot in the door, I can handle that.
Well, thank you very much.
Mr. Harder. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Oh, you're asking.
You're question. We don't all have to ask questions if we want to, but if you have a question, please ask it.
Oh, you know, I think a lot has been said here tonight. I've been on the board for, 2 years now, and have, like Ann, I've been delighted to be a part of it. I think we've done some terrific things in terms of programmatic efforts, and maybe most importantly over the last year or so, I think we got out ahead of this whole attack, if you will, on the First Amendment and libraries specifically. It exists, those efforts exist within our state, but I think we developed a very solid policy with regard to that. We have undergone, we think, a small audit of our holdings and passed that. We weren't worried about anyway, but nevertheless, we've not had to confront anything. And I think part of it's because we've done a good job of letting people know where we stand. And I'm sure that will continue regardless of which of these gentlemen is involved.
Great, thank you. Yes.
I don't really have a question either. As I echo Stan's comment that we were blown away by Hisham when he came to our trustee meeting, and I can't believe how much that he would be able to offer to us. If he would like to fill the position for a month and to get his feet in the door, it appears that Stan will be on our board come May anyway, since he's running unopposed. So I am just saying yes. I think that Hisham is going to be a fantastic addition to our community.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I echo, what Ann and Warren and Susan said. I also just wanted to commend you, Stan, for, opening up the door for Hisham to step in. I was new to town, too, about 10 months or so, and I decided to run, so I think it's a wonderful opportunity to just meet people, get to know, different ways that you can participate. So I look forward to, whatever duration and having you involved. And you, Stan. You're still involved with us as, liaison as friends too. So we have your input and your knowledge as well. This seems to be a good balance for both candidates.
Mary Jo.
Well, I was very impressed by the resume and Mr. El Masri here tonight, and known Stan for years, and he's done a wonderful job. And you are running unopposed, I take it, in the election. So I would think that it would be a good place for you to start and see what's what. That's just my thoughts.
Yeah, I would agree with Mary Jo, and to have to put Hisham on the spot for now, and then and also just most of our other committees don't require citizenship, so maybe after that few weeks is up, maybe you could try cultural council or design review or any, we have openings on these right now.
I see what you're doing. Yeah, great minds.
Yeah, so I don't think I'm going to ask any questions. I think we've all said enough.
Yeah, it's so fascinating because I will tell you that I would ordinarily like just sort of my common sense pragmatic mind would be like, just for heaven's sakes, you know, Stan's going to be there, blah, 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 and let's find a spot for you. But also, yeah, there's no reason why we wouldn't put you forward for the month, but also find a long-term spot for you somewhere. That's all I'm saying, right? I just don't want to go without saying that because I really always appreciate when new people come forward. Sometimes it's not easy to get new faces in spots, and we want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to welcome people. It's exciting to hear that that you want to participate here in town. You've only been here a short while. That also intrigues me and really enthuses me when people are here for a very short time and want to jump right in. So how about this? I will entertain a motion for the 1 month position for the library trustees.
I move to appoint Hisham El Masri to the Board of Library Trustees to a term expiring at the May 2024 annual town election.
Second.
It would be wrong of me to put a condition on that after that you find another spot. But I'm tempted. I want to do that.
We already have spots.
All right. Because we're all in the meeting room, we can take a voice vote. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I moved to adjourn at 8:01.
All right. Our next order of business is police officer appointments. So we shuffle the chairs a little bit.
We have a mini switch. If you want.
Oh, what is this?
We have gummy. We couldn't get
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to take your little treat. No, but thank you.
You can only eat so many of these things.
Before you do. Yeah. All right.
While we wait for this. Take a quick bathroom break.
Right. I didn't have dinner either, but I ate today. It's different. Hi, Miss Merrill. Ready? Yeah.
I'll get some water.
Okay. As we're getting settled, people are just taking a little break and getting some water. Doing the cha-cha in the hallway. Say it? Yeah. We'll just wait a couple of minutes. Welcome. We're just waiting for a couple people to come back from a comfort break. We'll be right with you. Okay. All right. Mr. Kamala, you want to introduce, who's leading us off? Chief, Ms. Merrill? Chief. Sure. Great.
Through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. I'd like to introduce a few people to you. We're going to come in one at a time because of the interview question process with you in respect to that. We're going to go by the order that's on that appeared on the agenda, and we'll go through there. So I brought with me Detective Sergeant Van Roll. He's lead on all the recruitment. He assembles the interview panelists. He works constantly with Mrs. Merrill to bring these candidates forward. As I've said before, it's a daunting task. It's a lot of work. It's time intensive, a lot of scheduling of different phases of the process. So I want to personally thank you both for all the work that you do. Tonight I'm here with Benjamin Vaz. I'm going to let Sergeant Van Ralton do the introductions. And then, Mrs. Merrill, if you could start with the process of what brought us here tonight.
All right, thank you through the chair. The 3 candidates you'll meet this evening are from that same pool of 33 that we referenced a few weeks ago when we had brought another candidate to your attention. We interviewed 9 applicants first round. 7 were forwarded to second round, and 6 were selected to proceed to pre-employment process. When we evaluate candidates, our posting was broad. We looked for education and experience that reflected a sincere interest and passion for police work. And each candidate, I think you'll find after meeting each of them this evening, brings something unique to the HPD team. I also wanted just to elaborate just a little bit further on what Chief Bennett said about the process, because it is an extensive process that involves a comprehensive medical exam, a comprehensive psychological exam that's almost a full-day process, and a comprehensive background check. So it's time-intensive, it's on their own time, and, it also demonstrates a real commitment to becoming a police officer. I'd like to just briefly thank Sergeant Van Ralton, Sergeant Santoro, and Cody Normandin, Officer Cody Normandin, who all participated on the panels, as well as the chief and Jessica Leverins. And then I would be remiss without mentioning Sergeant DeBoer, who does all the backgrounds. They take a lot of time and effort. So that's our process.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Maybe Sergeant, could you do just a brief overview and an intro for the board before the 2 questions? Sure. So I'm excited to bring forward Benjamin Vaz. He has completed his bachelor's degree in criminal justice. He's currently working for the Norfolk District Attorney's Office as a victim witness advocate. The victim witness advocate works with, obviously, the victims, but also works with the District Attorney's Office, and is basically that medium between the two to help victims through the criminal justice process and to keep them involved. So it's great work. It's been great exposure for him. And prior to that, he worked as a security consultant for Ridge Casino in Flint. I think eager to hear your questions and his answers. I think he'll be a welcome addition to the police department.
Great, thank you very much. I will start, and I first give you an opportunity to introduce yourself to the community, a little bit about why you want to come to Hopkinton. But my first question really is, what brings you to police work? What's your personal why for wanting to participate, to invest yourself this way?
Sure. First, I want to thank you all for taking the time to meet with me today. Why I want to become a police officer is I genuinely like helping people. I like being there. And people need someone that they can rely on. And like I said, I enjoy being in that position. I enjoy helping those who need the help, who sometimes don't get the help that they are deserved. And I feel like police officer is a perfect position for that.
Great, thank you. I'll go to my left first.
Thank you again for the intro and for your interest in our town and this position. I just wanted to ask, based on your experience, and you have great experience, great academia too, also continuing, thank you for that. Based on your experience in the victim advocate office, how do you relate that experience to the role that you're seeking?
So as a victim advocate, I get to see kind of the back end work that the police do. So I get to see how the case, how the crime itself affects the victim. As a police officer, I'm going to be working with the victim as soon as the crime is committed. So being an advocate, seeing both sides of things, I think that is going to help me. My experience will definitely, help me be able to deal with the victim and the defendant in the case, much more easily than if I wasn't an advocate, I would say.
Thank you.
For fun.
I'm very impressed with your resume and your educational background, particularly the victim advocate. One thing I would like to know is if you were hired as a police officer in Hopkinton, what steps would you take to build trust and legitimacy with fellow officers and the community?
Sure. So for fellow community and my officers, first of all, I'd like to be transparent with each and every one. Build relationships, strong relationships, become someone that they can trust on, they can rely on, and that they can call for in their darkest times and to help them out.
Thank you.
Mary Jo.
Yeah, I just want to say we have something in common. You worked at Plain Ridge, and I assessed Plain Ridge as it was being built. Oh. So it's a fascinating facility. But I think what I really want to know is why Hopkinton? What does it make you decide to leave Norfolk for Hopkinton?
Sure. So I'm from Taunton, Massachusetts. I've been coming to Hopkinton my whole life. My mother and her side of the family are from here. Ever since I've been coming here as a child, I've noticed a sense of community, a close-knit relationship between police officers, between the community itself, something that my town, Taunton, doesn't have so much of. So just the community aspect, the trust that the citizens have on the police and vice versa, I think that is initially what drew me to the town of Hopkinton.
Thank you.
Okay. I wanted to point out, I saw in your cover letter that you worked as an intern for the mayor of Taunton, and I can see how that can really relate to, interacting with the community, and people are often angry with you and with the town, and what can you do to help constituent issues. So I think that's really good experience that can lead into your policing work. So my question is, what message might you share with prospective recruits regarding community policing?
Sure. So I think community policing is definitely essential in today's environment, having the community involved, again, being transparent with the community, building these relationships, letting them know exactly what we are looking for and vice versa, what they're looking for in our work. I think that is essential, and I think that would help with the community policing aspect of things in this town.
I'm going to ask one more. We have, the town of Hopkinton has adopted the pledge, principles, and actions on systemic racism in our community and other communities. That pledge reaffirms Hopkinton's ongoing commitment to address systemic racism, social injustice, and inequity in our governance and provision of services to Hopkinton residents and businesses. In what ways does that resonate with you, and can you support that pledge?
Sure. So I think everyone, especially police officers, should hold true to that pledge. Again, we are the people that they call on when they need help, and we need to be able to be trusted by the community. We need to build relationships with the community, build that trust, build that connection that, again, we can rely on. Don't bring any biased thoughts or anything like that to our work, to our lifestyle, anything. Just be transparent with the community and work with each other to build a safe and healthy environment for all.
Thank you. Anybody else? Are we doing them one at a time?
We can do all three, or one at
Yes. One at a time is fine.
One at a time, yeah.
I move to appoint Benjamin Buzz. I'm sorry. I move to appoint Benjamin Buzz as police officer in the town of Hopkinton.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
So the first thing we make you do is stay and take the obligatory picture after we finish. Okay, Chief, take us away.
All right. I'm here with Alini Matos now. I wanted to talk a little bit about Alini and how happy and proud I am to have you here tonight. Alini came to us as a person that walked in the door and expressed an interest in law enforcement. She did a ride-along, and I was at my desk, and she was sitting at the dispatch desk, and the communicator called me and said, "Chief, do you have any of those internships?" And I said, "Is she sitting right next to you?" And she said, "I wouldn't do it to you, Chief, if I didn't think she was good." And she has just delivered. She came in, she was an intern for a long time, did amazing work, worked her way into part-time dispatching. Became a year ago, she was before you as a full-time dispatcher, and now she's going to be going to police academy. So because she took the initiative to walk in the door, to a welcome and engaging police department, she's reaching her career goal of becoming a police officer. So in this day and age where recruitment is extremely difficult, we need to look at every stream, and this is truly a success. With that, we'll go to the formality, and you can walk through the introduction.
So again, excited to see somebody from within our agency apply and go through the process. Lenny is just about to finish her bachelor's degree in criminal justice. She's been with the department 3 years now, from internship to part-time dispatcher, full-time dispatcher, and now police officer. She is slated for the Boylston Academy, which will be starting in July, and she's signed up and ready to go.
Great. So it's such an interesting story, how you started. And I applaud you for it, because it is not necessarily easy to just put yourself out there and sort of make it a little bit impossible, not impossible, but a little bit impossible to ignore and to say no. So good for you. Tell us a little bit, I know that we know you, but tell the community a little bit about yourself, the work that you've done here, and why you want to be a police officer. Help us understand your why.
First of all, I want to thank everybody for having me here tonight. Well, I'm Alini Matos. I'm 22. I'm currently set up to graduate from UMass Boston with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice and psychology. I started off here back in September of 2021 as an intern, like Chief said, and worked my way up to become a per diem dispatcher for about 8 months. And then a year ago today, actually, I was here to be appointed as a full-time dispatcher. I'm fluent in Portuguese. I speak a little bit of Spanish, so I believe that that's a great addition to the team, and I look forward to be part of the community in a different level now.
All right, I'm going to let you go next, Amy, so they don't take your questions.
Okay, well, I'll continue with doing the same questions, so it's fair to all, but yeah, I really appreciate it. It's really great that you've been here for a long time, so you're familiar with the team and the town, and you've listened to the calls. You come in, so you have an idea of what you're going to expect. So anyway, what message might you share with prospective recruits regarding community policing?
Yeah, the town of Hopkinton is very community policing oriented. So I believe that speaking with the kids and families about the town and talking to them about the force of the job and what to expect, I believe that The town is very diverse, is becoming very diverse, so I'm happy to be part of that.
Thank you. Here, Joe.
Well, I'm very impressed with your initiative and the way you've taken it. And I'm glad you have gotten your bachelor's degree, and that's great. And I think you're going to have a good time, not a good time, but a good stint at the academy in July. And it's just nice to see how fresh you are. I feel like we're parenting you along in some ways. And I just think you're going to be a great asset to Hopkinton.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here, so.
Irfan.
I love your story.
Thank you.
So if you were hired as a police officer, what steps would you take to build trust and legitimacy with fellow officers and the community?
Yeah, I believe I've been working on that for quite some time now. Being here for 3 years, I was able to build an incredible relationship with officers, dispatcher, just everyone from the department itself. And I just work on building like a stronger bond with them, actually, from being behind the desk to being out there with them. I think that will solidify our relationship even more. And I look forward to also building trust and with my new officers coming in, so. Yeah. And with the community, just being out there, being within the community events, meeting new people, talking to everyone, I feel that goes a long way.
Thank you.
Again, wonderful story, and great that great to see how you are building your career, finding your path, and yeah, it's tremendous how and what you have achieved. So keep it up.
Thank you.
The question I have is the remaining one. The town of Hopkinton has adopted the pledge principles and actions on systematic racism in our community and other communities. That pledge reaffirms Hopkinton's ongoing commitment to address systemic racism, social injustice, and inequity in our governance, and provision of services to Hopkinton residents and businesses. In what ways can you support the pledge?
Yeah, I believe that being a police officer, you're in a great position where you should stand with that pledge, you should honor that. Coming from an immigrant family, I believe that that's very important to me. Just treating everybody with respect, treat everybody the way I would like to be treated, my family, friends, just everyone with the utmost respect and with transparency. So I believe that that's the way to go.
Thank you.
Because I didn't get my second question because Shadul stole it. I'm going to ask you another one. What are your views? This one is actually, both of these questions are really near and dear to my heart. What are your views regarding restorative justice, court diversion programs, crisis intervention teams, and the like to help individuals experiencing mental health or behavioral health emergencies?
I love that question. Thank you. When I first started, I know we had a clinician, and I believe that we should bring that back. I feel that that's very important, especially with how the community and how the society itself it's moving. So I think that's very important, and we should look into that to getting more help and more programs within the town to move with that.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? No. So I'm going to tell you another story. I famously asked as a 19-year-old if I could just like sign up for Air Force ROTC, or did I have to do something special? I was signed up so fast, you have no idea. Right? The Air Force was like, sure, come on down. Anyone want to make the motion?
Yeah.
If I may?
Yes.
There's a slight correction in the motion.
A correction in the motion.
Yes, and the board will have to revote the previous motion.
Oh.
The appointment is Police Academy Officer.
Okay.
Do we have to repeat the previous one as well?
We will. We'll do this one.
Afterwards,
Yeah.
I move to appoint Aline Matos as Police Academy Officer in the town of Hopkinton.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Congratulations. So so we don't forget it, we'll revote that first motion, if you'll make it.
I move to appoint
Ben Baz.
Benjamin
If I
Vaz.
may,
Or do we have to
reconsider.
reconsider? Yeah, we have to have a motion to reconsider the vote for appointing Benjamin Baz.
So moved.
Okay, so moved, second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, now we can make the new motion. Thank
I
you.
move to appoint Benjamin Vaz as Police Academy Officer in the town of Hopkinton.
Second?
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, clap, 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 clap. We got it right. All right. Welcome.
Through the chair is our final and candidate for the evening. I'm going to just pass it on to Sergeant Van Ralton, as we've kind of laid everything out so far, and we'll take it from here.
Okay, so Justin Capuccio is currently with the Fitchburg University 4+1 program. We've had some other officers that have gone through that program. It is designed as a bachelor program and then with an academy at the end of graduation with your bachelor's degree. So he'll be finishing his bachelor's degree in May on, would you say Saturday? And then you start the academy Monday?
Yep, graduate May 18th, and we jump right in on May 20th. So,
Yeah, you don't want to take a break.
nope, just right into it.
It's overrated.
And so he is currently an intern, doing his internship with Pepperell Police. He came to us through our process and ultimately accepted our offer and went through our process.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about your why. And I see that your resume really is all about this direction and always has been. So tell us a little bit about how you knew what you wanted to do from the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. So I just want to first off thank you for having me tonight. It's been an absolute great and positive experience going through this process. A little bit about myself. So my name's Justin Capuccio. I'm 21 years old. I grew up in Westboro, Massachusetts. Graduated from Westboro High in 2020, and I've spent the last 4 years at Fitchburg State in their 5-year police program. When it comes to thinking about my why in policing is growing up, I knew that I wanted to help people and I didn't want to sit behind a desk. So with that, I thought, let's drive an ambulance. Obviously, we did not go that route. Policing is definitely more my route. I love interacting with people, being out in a community, and just being there for people that can help themselves, ultimately. You call on police officers for help when you're not sure what else to do, and being there for others is definitely my why.
Okay, thank you. Shadul, coming to you.
Yeah. Thank you again. You have a wonderful background and being groomed for this position. That's what it looks like. And your aspiration and hard work certainly is outstanding. My question is, the town of Hopkinton has adopted the pledge principles and actions on systematic racism in our community and other communities. That pledge reaffirms Hopkinton's ongoing commitment to address systemic racism, social injustice, and inequity in our governance and provision of services to Hopkinton residents and businesses. In what ways can you support the pledge?
So thinking about a pledge like that, 3 words that come to my mind are transparency, accountability, and proactivity. Being in law enforcement and being in an agency like this, being as transparent as possible is paramount. You know, it's how community is going to build your trust, going to gain their trust. So transparency is definitely up there for me. Accountability is another big one. I expect anybody in this room to hold me accountable anytime I'm doing something wrong, as I would do the same for them. Being able to be honest with yourself about what you're doing, make sure you're doing the right thing for the right people, because at the end of the day, everybody's human. Any person I interact with is going to be human. And then proactivity is building as much trust with the community. It's going to take some proactiveness. So, getting out of the car, interacting with youth, interacting with businesses, So I think with a pledge like that, you definitely have to be proactive over a long period of time.
Wonderful, thank you.
So from looking over your resume, I see that you are very, very community-oriented. It's obvious. You're an Eagle Scout. I mean, yeah, that's all great. What steps would you take to build trust with fellow police officers and with the community?
Yeah, so that's going to come back to the accountability, proactivity. Building trust with the community as well as the agency. Again, I'm going to have to find myself to be coachable. I think that understanding mistakes that I'll make along the way, which is inevitable, and learning from them and fixing them, as well as being molded into what the community needs for Hopkinton. Having that accountability and coachability, along with proactiveness, is definitely a way I see myself building that trust. So that's what I was thinking.
Great, thank you.
Here, Joe.
Well, again, we have a new recruit. I feel like Hopkinton's parenting good new police officers, and we're glad to have you. I did see, too, that you were an Eagle Scout, which is, we know a lot about those up here. And it's very impressive. And you're off to school again. You're just getting out of school and you're off to school again. So I wish you all the luck in the world, and I think you'll be an asset to the department.
Thank you.
All right, so then I noticed you volunteered for all kinds of things police-related that I didn't even know you could. It was a role player in an active shooting training, it sounds like?
Yeah, I helped out at an academy last year.
I work at a school district, and we had some of our high schoolers do that sort of thing, and so the video club recorded a video of, you know, what it would be like if they came into our building, and it was good for everybody to walk through and see those scenarios. And we play that video every year.
A lot of great experience from that.
Yeah, so I'm glad that you volunteered to do stuff like that. So what message might you share with prospective recruits regarding community policing?
So community policing is all about going that extra mile, in my opinion. It's interacting with kids, it's interacting with really anybody. Through experiences, like Sergeant said, with my internship, I've been doing that internship for the past 2 semesters now, and it's riding around with officers, seeing how they interact with everybody on a day-to-day basis. And from there, I've been able to learn a lot of, how to look out for the usual people that you may deal with, some people that may be in need. Like one officer I know, he always carries 2 pairs of dry socks in his bag because there's a homeless man in town that hangs out at 7-Eleven every day from about 3 p.m. to like 8 p.m. And it's like, hey, if you need some dry socks, here you go. So it's a small thing that can build that little bit of trust where you're going the extra mile for somebody else. So I think community policing is really building that image to go that extra mile for who you're serving.
Great, thank you.
The small things are very often the big things, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. One of the things that I'm going to ask the question, what are your views regarding restorative justice, court diversion programs, and crisis intervention teams to help individuals experiencing mental and behavioral health emergencies? And then just a little bit of your what you would hope to see in the next, 5 years in terms of that for not just you and your department, but policing in general.
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously mental health is an issue that's constantly changing. It's becoming more prevalent, unfortunately. And my thoughts on co-response teams, clinicians, jail diversion programs, want them 110%. Again, my internship in Pepperell, unfortunately, their clinician had taken another job, so he had just left. And that is definitely a huge loss. I personally have been on calls where he's been a tremendous asset and has been able to de-escalate situations and get people the help that they truly do need. Going forward, thinking about that 5-year, 10-year goal, as much training in mental health as I can get is what I would want, and even having those co-response teams available. Because at the end of the day, you never truly know what someone may be dealing with. And having someone that can specialize in that and can read them exactly how it is definitely beneficial and an asset to any police department, any community. So I definitely love the idea of clinicians, correspondence teams, child diversion.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I move to appoint Justin Capuccio as Police Academy Officer in the town of Hopkinton.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, any abstentions? Congratulations.
Now the picture.
Let me ask.
Do you want to go upstairs on the walkway? Yeah, you can run upstairs.
Maybe go upstairs.
Sorry, wow, Yes, come on. Come on, right up here.
All right, good. Still listen, sorry. We are? Okay, ready? Yep. Jeez. All right, thank you.
I have a great story about community.
Yeah. Awesome.
I'll share it with you later.
Oh, good.
I have a great story about community policing.
Okay. Thank you all for your patience. I know we're way behind on the agenda, but fun things happening. The next is a hiring process update. We'll start with the hiring process for the town manager.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for having us. Certainly a very active night here in Hopkinton. So, we're glad to be here. My name is Bernie Lynch, principal and founder of Community Paradigm, and I'm joined by Sharon Flaherty, also a principal with the firm, and John Petrin, who you all know from your fire chief search with Community Paradigm. I just thought I wanted to have an opportunity to come up tonight and give you sort of a little bit of background about Community Paradigm and our process with regards to the town manager search, and what we see is the steps moving forward. Just by way of background, Community Paradigm has been in existence now for 10 years. Really took on the issue of recruitments and working closely with municipalities probably around 2015, thereabouts, and in that time we've completed 110 town manager or town administrative searches across the Commonwealth. So needless to say, we've been very busy during that period of time. There's been a tremendous turnover of manager positions across the state during that period, and we're very pleased that we've been selected by that number of communities to come in and provide our assistance. My background and John's background are as municipal managers ourselves. As you know, John was right next door in Ashland for a number of years and served a number of other communities here in the Commonwealth. And I was the town manager of Chelmsford for 20 years and the city manager of Lowell for about 8 years. When I left, I decided to keep my hand in municipal government and hence Community Paradigm. Sharon's background is in communications and journalism, working in a number of newspapers, including some of the larger dailies here in the state. And what we think we bring is a knowledge of municipal government, a knowledge of what a municipal manager does, and an understanding of what a select board needs. But obviously, we need to hear that, what you're looking for, what you need from you, and we build that into this process. I think Sharon has been in touch with all of you to try to set up some time to get a handle on what you're looking for from the next town manager and what the issues are facing the town moving forward. In addition to that, John's been out talking to the department heads. Sharon's been in touch with the department heads with questionnaires to gather information about what they're looking for and what their projects are so that we get a full handle on what Hopkinton needs. We're also, what we think is something that we've believed from the beginning when we started doing these searches is that the community should be involved as well. So what we have found to be the most successful means of getting that information are community surveys. And so we have been working with Norman to get a community survey out to get a sense from the residents of the town what they feel are the important issues that the next town manager is going to have to grapple with. So with all of that information, we're going to be putting together a position statement that we use as a recruiting tool, but we think it's just a great process. Even if nothing ever happened with it, it's a great process for the town to go through. Norman's been here a good number of years now. It's not the same town it was when he came. So the needs may be somewhat different. The issues are going to be different. And we think the process is a good one to step back and think about that, and talk about that. And then so we put this into a document that we use to recruit candidates and to evaluate the candidates. And the screening committee that you choose will use it to evaluate candidates and assess which ones should be moved forward. So that's our process. That's to get candidates. And then there's a whole process that John will be working with you on as the person in town here with you to get you to the point that you have finalists before you, hopefully by the end of. But the finalists will be announced probably we're hoping mid-June, so the new board that will be in place at that time will be able to make a selection by the end of June. Before the summer starts and candidates and others start disappearing. So, I'll turn it over to John now to talk through sort of the meat of that and what we need moving forward. But we're here, all three of us are here to answer any questions you may have as well.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, boss. So glad to be back. It was only a couple months that I was sitting before you with the final interviews with your fire chief, and that was a very successful process. And the position statement Bernie mentioned, this was the fire chief one. So the good part is we had some base work done, as part of that, but we need to make sure it's updated for a town manager, search aspect. So that's the process we're in now. So as Bernie said, we've gotten the questionnaires out to department heads. I've been in town hall. I met with Norman. I met with Elaine. Met with the police chief, finance director, town clerk, and we'll meet with others, as we go forward, so we get an understanding of the projects. I want to understand the discussions around economic development, the burying of the lines, out here, your MWRA issue, and dealing with water, which I've done in my career. It was kind of interesting. Elaine and I were talking about that yesterday. So we want to get that understanding so that when we're talking to candidates and recruiting, we're able to discuss, the opportunities and challenges, that the town has. So, but we do need to hear, from each of you. That's important in this process. So what we're looking for are the characteristics. What are you seeking, in your next town manager? And I'm sure we're going to hear things such as experience. Where you are as a community. You've grown so quickly, in this community. We're aware of it. Bernie grew up next door in Ashland, so we have familiarity here, and so we'll be doing that. We want to be prepared to advertise this in a few weeks, so we'll work with Norman and his team to get the position statement approved, which we'll be writing very shortly based on all this information coming in. We also need, we'll work with a screening committee. So you'll be putting together that screening committee. So as soon as we can get those names, that will be helpful because we can start scheduling dates. That's always a problem.
That is the hardest part.
That's the hardest part. So if we can, get that going as soon as possible, get the dates on the calendar, because that's what, slows us up in every process. So we'd like to be able to do that. And we really want to get this done. We're going to stress we want to get this done by July 1st because July 4th, July brings about a whole new, problem of dates, so we want to try to get this done by that time. So with the screening committee, we'll get that done. We will do reference and background checks done, and you'll get a report from us on the final candidates. So you'll see that on each of the final candidates, before you do your interviews, as the board. That's the way we do things in our firms. So we're kind of ready, to move forward. I know we've been pretty quick about this, but you've had us, the way we work, and so we do want to, process this quickly because of everything happening, and we want to make sure we're good in the market conditions of today. And so that's why we want to try to get this done for July 1st. One thing we'll work through, Norman, again, is one of the things we will need to know is advertising the salary, the pay situation. So we'll work, and get that, settled as to, what are we putting down, on the advertising. If you look, we tend to do a plus or minus range. When we work, sometimes we do a range of, this amount to that amount. So we do need to have that discussion, with you folks as to what you'll be comfortable with, as we advertise that going forward. So I think that's what we have. Sharon did a lot of work in the fire chief piece. She really keeps us in line.
Behind the scenes.
Exactly.
I remember seeing
we brought her up and she said, do I have to sit at the table tonight? But she really does a lot of work behind the scenes, and she, as a former reporter, when we do reference checks, she's great at that, being able to talk. And when we do a reference check, just as a note, we don't talk for 5 minutes. We don't just get, a quick, how's this person? It's a 45-minute discussion we have with each of the references that we're using to get some background on them. So we get in depth on that.
Yeah, I think that to John's point, so we spend as much time with each of the references as we do generally doing the interview, the preliminary interview. And we try to get information to you. And again, Sharon is really leading the charge on that, of getting the information about the candidates and about the projects that they've worked on, the strengths that they bring to the table, the process that they use, their decision-making process, that type of information that you will be able to use to understand these candidates that are coming before you at the end of the process. And we can talk about some different ideas as we get to the end of the process of ways to help you evaluate these candidates that you see brought to you. So,
Great.
So,
Great.
happy to answer that question.
Okay, so we are targeting for the mid to late June to have the decision made. We are targeting when to have the job posted. I know that the survey is open to the public until the 15th, right? 15th, 16th? Okay. No, great, because Marathon Day is the 15th after.
We received it today. Has the public received it?
Yes. Oh,
Okay.
great. And it's going to be available in paper copy too at the libraries and the senior centers. Or is it already available?
Library, I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, we were in communication with the library in terms of printing it and
Great.
being ready to share it with the public.
I know the chair had discussion with Maria this morning regarding how some assistance coming out of the town to get those paper copies.
To you?
To various sports.
Get them to us.
Get them
data
out, but they're
entry.
The data entry part of it, right.
Yep.
Great, we'll work on that.
Great, and so, so that all is open until the 16th, and then you're also gathering data on the position description, and to target a mid-June selection, potentially selection date. When do you go live? I apologize if I missed it.
Go live, we would go, our goal is to go live, go into the market in mid-April.
Mid-April, oh,
Everything's happening
all at once.
over the next two and a half weeks.
Okay.
So that we tend to put 4 weeks roughly 4 weeks into the posting period, advertising period, recruiting period. So our expectation is that John will be meeting with the screening committee in mid-May to review resumes, narrow it down to the 6, 7 people that will be interviewed, and then conduct those interviews by the end of May. And then we spend those 2 weeks in June doing the background checks.
Of the folks that you are putting forward to the select board of the day.
Right.
Hopefully 3 finalists.
Yeah.
That's what we always should.
Okay. I don't have any more questions necessarily. Shadul, do you have some questions?
No, I think you covered it well. So timing-wise is what we are certainly, my questions were around that, what we are looking for. I think you laid out the picture well, so I'm good with the structure, and I like the timing. We really want to do it quickly but efficiently as well, and doing all the right checkpoints. One quick question is, how is the interview boards are going to be constructed? Do you have that laid out now, or it'll be part of the process as well?
I think we've had some discussions with an expectation that we would have members from the personnel board that would be involved. I'm trying to recall the people that we had.
Personnel board.
Potentially 2 members from the personnel committee, a member from the select board, school committee member, and then an at-large member, as well as the board could consider also having an area town manager participate.
The issue you run into a little bit with the area town managers is there's some ethical issues
Yeah,
regarding.
I think, and this, when it comes to chiefs, that's usually not an issue. With the manager, it may be a little bit more. We can talk about that.
Okay. Yeah. So there's a list to choose from.
Thank you. That makes sense.
So that it makes sense for this board to be thinking about how to advertise and potentially structure selecting an at-large member, if that sounds attractive to us. And yes, getting the meetings on the books for once the candidates have been screened and interviews are going to take place. That is the hardest thing, so to get them scheduled in advance also helps people know if they can participate beyond the committee.
Currently, there aren't many manager positions open statewide. There's been a tremendous turnover, so we try to stay on top of the market of what's out there for candidates. I think the real burst of activity for managers was probably about 3 to so years ago. So some of those managers may be at a point where they're ready, they've made it through their first contract, and they may be, because one of the challenges we've had, because there's been such a turnover statewide, it's probably somewhere around 75% of the communities in Massachusetts have turned over the last 5 years. And so that has made for it's been a seller's market. And you haven't had a large number of people applying for a number of these positions because people have just been in their job for a short period of time and they're just not ready to move. We think that's loosening up a little bit, and we're starting to see a little bit more activity. Yes. And there aren't a lot, as I said, there's not a lot right now. The town of Lexington will be coming up.
Yeah.
That's
what we're seeing right now are
probably a
smaller
major
communities, which is not competing with your size community at this point.
Right.
So I think you're in a good place right now.
Right.
I think July 1 we'll see some openings that will be coming up because that's usually the time of year, when contracts are due and everything. But that's down the road. Yeah. So right now you're in a good place. So we do that's one of the reasons we want to hit this market early, so that we're not competing as much with a market that might be opening up down the road.
Right.
So that's why we're asking for you to make the contacts quickly, with Sharon, so we can get all your information, because that's critical, to make sure we're understanding where, the board members are, on this, and to get your screening committee, in place. And I think we should run smoothly, with that happening.
Great. Thank you so much. Okay, Irfan, any questions?
No question. I'm good. It sounds,
Amy.
So the screening committee for mid-May, so we don't have to decide who will be on that tonight, right?
No.
Okay, so the next meeting.
You can if you like.
Perhaps your next meeting. If you kind of think that through.
Yep. Yep.
As long as we have them by
the next. I think let's just at your next meeting. If it's the board making a decision, that'd be nice at your next meeting.
Someone call me.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you called, I emailed.
And then.
It sounded like you already had one prospect?
Oh, for the manager position?
Yes.
Well, we're speaking to people already. Right. So we are talking to people, as to the position. People are aware that we have, this, and there's, we speak to people on a regular basis. So yes, we've had, conversations. I have, with folks who may have interest.
Great.
Our goal is to get as large a pool of candidates as possible for you.
And we'll work that, as Norman and Elaine have seen my emails on a regular basis. Every time we have a position open, it goes across to every single manager and assistant manager in the state once it's posted. So we have this done, they'll get that. And then we make our phone calls as well, for people who we think might be, a potential for a fit.
Great. Amy?
No, I think that was it.
All right. So you don't particularly need anything from us tonight. Just laid out the schedule, which I really appreciate because I think the public is super interested in that and the process. And I did send an email so that we can connect, so I apologize. I didn't get that before. So I broke my traditional rule of emailing and did it right away so that we can make the connections. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. We look forward to working with you. All right.
And you
you
have
so much.
our emails and my cell phone in particular. Just call me if, any questions come up from any of you, as we go through the process.
Great. Thank you.
And we'll work closely with Norman and Elaine, on the process as we go through.
Perfect.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We didn't get to give these out too much during COVID, so I still have a whole bunch of.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bernard Lynch.
Thank you very much.
It's the right card, thank goodness. Okay, and do we have any updates on the deputy police chief, the deputy fire chief, and the police lieutenant in terms of scheduling?
Yes, Deputy Police Chief, the position is posted. It closes April 12th, 1-2. And we're also contracting for the administrative support for the position. Already contracted. We have a contract in place.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We have identified a consultant to work with.
Yes.
On this.
Yes.
They're already in place. They're
Yep.
already at work.
Right.
Yeah. So the key
And-
here is the board needs to think about a screening committee.
Yeah, we had talked about that already, I think.
Yeah.
We have, this is the deputy police chief.
Yes.
Shahidul expressed interest, I have interest, and I think Chief Hicks is supporting it.
Yes.
Do we have Personnel Committee supporting it?
We will ask.
We can't do 3, though, or it's public.
Well,
Yeah.
nobody asked me.
Well, we can talk about that for sure. So we need a select board member or 2, 1,
1 or 2, Chief Hicks, 1 personnel committee member, and somebody else.
and somebody else.
Who could that be?
Do you mean at large or?
Could be at large, it could be from another town committee, it could be a department head.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or would that not be?
I respectfully suggest HR director, the new HR director.
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah, you don't.
When, if you can lay out the schedule, do you have the schedule in front of you just to remind us?
Let me work with the consultant.
Well, we already have a schedule, right?
Yes, yeah, we do. I can pull it up, 1 second. Almost there.
No problem, sorry. And just to remind the public, I think we're targeting the 16th for the lieutenant interviews. Is that right? Is that right?
Yeah, the timeline was they needed 11 weeks, which therefore means they will complete the assignment in May.
Right. And so the first step is the consultant does the initial screening, then the selection committee reviews applications with the consultant.
The step one is the initiation of the project. That has happened.
Yep.
Step two is the preliminary candidate selection. Step three will be the assessment center.
Yep.
And then step four would be the evaluation of the finalist candidates.
Which, if I remember correctly, the professional consultant does that following the assessment center.
Yes, and then sits with the screening committee.
After they've got the results of the assessment center.
Correct.
Yep.
And then the screening committee.
With the fire chief, we interviewed the candidates before the assessment. We chose who went to the assessment center.
And this will happen in that order as well here.
Yeah, yeah.
And then out of that process, the finalist candidates will be recommended to the select board.
Yep. Okay, can you, the initial screening is expected to be completed when?
I don't have that timeline here. That's why I wanted to discuss that with the consultant.
Okay, all right. And then there's an interview with the screening committee. And then there's the assessment center.
Yep.
And then the screening committee selects the finalists?
Yes, working together with the consultant.
Yes, yeah. When I think of the screening committee, the consultants aren't actually voting, but I sort of think of that in my head altogether. Presents finalists. Okay. So last time we talked about this, I was hoping that we would finalize that schedule and get like the assessment center booked, the interview blocks of time scheduled, so that also helps people know if they're able to support it.
Okay.
But we should have the final big pool, the consultant should have the final big pool of candidates April 12th. Okay, all right. So what, today's when do we meet next?
2 weeks.
16th. Yeah, 16th.
Yeah, so we should talk about the candidates for the screening committee tonight. And yes, not wait.
Yes, I think the board should finalize the composition of the screening committee tonight.
Yep. So I wrote down HR Director, Chief Hicks, Select Board, and Personnel Committee. Did I miss anybody?
No.
Okay. And you'll reach out to the Personnel Committee for their person?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Odd number, presumably.
2, 3, you do kind of need it. Well, an odd number helps.
What number do you have?
That's
depending on how many.
4 or 5 if we have 2 select board members.
Or 2 personnel committee.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was working under the assumption that the assistant town.
Yeah, would be 1. Yeah, yeah. I think so too, right?
Yeah.
Or acting town manager as we transition. Okay.
Would that be different if she applies?
Yeah, I was wondering that as well.
Yeah.
Deputy police chief?
Oh, for the deputy police.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's not going to happen. So then I think it makes sense to have 1 select board member and have the 5. It's less cumbersome.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to have, I'm happy to have anybody do it, actually. But
Happy to join, yeah.
Shahidul is interested. Mary Jo has expressed interest. I have too, but I did the fire chief, and as much fun as it was. It's a great process, actually. I'm not being facetious. So I think it makes better sense to have one. Somebody has to have the time to do it, and that's partly why we have to get the meetings scheduled, because we need to keep the schedule.
I can make the time, but if Marijo, if you're interested, okay.
So,
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm probably going to be interested in the town manager when it comes.
yeah, okay.
But we'll see.
All right. Well, I would really like to do the deputy police chief.
I was going to say, there's 3 opportunities, right? There'll be the deputy fire chief opportunity.
Yep.
So we can,
Yep.
yeah, everybody can do.
Do you want to just pop into, I can't do either of the other two, right? Happily, I'll be done. So if it's okay, I'll do, you want to do the town manager? Does that feel right to you?
Sure.
Yeah? I'm not going to be
I actually
here.
hate being on interview committees.
You
so-
hate being on
Yes.
interview committees. We're not selecting you out. Perfect.
Yeah, I like to read the paperwork, but I don't really like to do the
Do the interviews.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good to know. So if Shadul did town manager, I do deputy chief for the police, and you do deputy chief for fire, does that feel right?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And it will help all of us. I know Mary Jo has a tiny bit more flexibility in her schedule. She's happily retired, lucky her. But if getting them scheduled will be very helpful to anybody who's on the committees, and having a fixed schedule.
Yeah. And I'll say, if somebody can't do it because of the schedule, I could step in and do it
Right,
for the person who can't,
Yeah.
if somebody's traveling or something.
That'll be good practice.
Good.
Great.
Oh, but I could be traveling too, so. Well,
Yeah, they are, so we did them by Zoom too. I mean, I know lots of times you're traveling, you're working, but it is possible also to fit them in if you needed to from a distance, so.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, do we need anything else for those processes right now?
Just confirmation again, the board decided this, that the review of the police lieutenant candidates will be at the 4/16 meeting.
So we need an opportunity to interview the finalists.
Yes, that is what the
That
board
is for
discussed.
4/16 is the meeting that they would come forward? Yeah. So I gotta look at I have to look at a calendar. I can't do it out of my head. So that gives us next week to set up a day or two like we did the last time, where we have shifts. Is everybody available next week in town?
I think so, to go to the police station and
Yeah.
review records.
Yeah.
I think so.
On the 9th, is it?
Well, it would be we should pick 2 nights at the most. It's long. We each get like 45 minutes to an hour. So we should pick 2 nights and then have
Is it for
shifts.
executive session?
No, we're going to be separately interviewing them,
Oh, okay.
right?
Wow, so
Like we
perfect.
did before.
Yeah.
So does Thursday and Friday work, or no?
Well, next week
Oh.
is the
Oh, the
Greek
wreath
embassy
ceremony, yeah.
on
Oh, when
Thursday,
is
on Thursday
on
night.
Thursday. So does
Thursday, so
Yeah.
Wednesday.
does Tuesday and Wednesday work? I'm just trying to
Yeah,
split it out a
Tuesday and
little bit
Wednesday is
because-
okay for me.
That's our Christmas, right? That's
Oh, Eid. Which one?
Tuesday, both days?
It can be either 10 or 11.
What day works best for you? I apologize for not knowing that.
Yeah, no problem.
I would say probably Thursday.
Thursday's best for you. What about you?
Well, the Eid kind of depends on the moon, and it's projected to be on the 10th or 11th. So it could be Wednesday or Thursday. So if it's on Thursday, then I think both of us would be finding it difficult to attend.
What about Friday?
Thursday's hard for us because of the marathon ceremony
Right,
too.
right, but we
yeah.
could do like Wednesday and Friday, maybe?
Yeah,
We could
what-
split it out? What night works best for the two of you? Because you could go a different night.
Friday could.
Friday could work.
Friday, so at 6 and 7?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 2 slots.
Yeah.
7th is on a Sunday.
How about earlier? Does the board want to start earlier instead of?
Can you do 5?
yeah.
That's okay? Is 5 early enough?
Yes, and also I'm looking at the chief just to make sure that the chief and the candidates are available.
Yes, so, and then, so 2 blocks on the Friday or a third block on the Friday, if that's better, because I can be flexible on the Friday or Wednesday. Does that make sense? And then.
Wednesday would be better for me.
Wednesday's better for, okay, this is.
Wednesday is good for me.
Fun. Mary Jo, I can do Wednesday.
Friday.
Or I can do Friday.
Because it starts race weekend, and
That's fine.
you have people coming in.
Yeah. Wednesday, Amy. Okay. So if we were able to have 2 hours on Wednesday, starting at 5, or 3 hours, or the same on Friday. So we have 5-hour blocks. But we need 2 on Friday and we need 2 on Wednesday because some people have to be at one of those.
How about Monday? Monday could be another option.
Maybe make summer Friday, but maybe not.
Monday works.
Monday works.
Mondays also works.
And Mondays,
I think Monday is fine for me.
well, race Mondays.
No, Monday the week before the race though, right?
Eighth.
Yes, the 8th.
The eighth.
Yeah.
Works for me.
Give enough time before the race.
Will we know the finalists? The earlier we go?
He has the finalists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Monday and Wednesday work for me that week. Wednesday works for you.
Thursday is the only bad day for me. So.
Okay. Are you both going into Boston?
Mm-hmm.
You want to go together?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to
Yeah.
parking lots.
And then we would expect that we would do the formal process here. The interview on
The 16th.
the 16th.
Yeah. If I may, upon further consultation with the chief, we can work with the blocks of times that I identified. However, we're thinking there could be a more efficient way of cycling the conversations through that block. So we may not need all the 5.
That would be great.
Yeah.
If there are efficiencies to be had, that would be magnificent, right?
Yeah.
So Monday, Wednesday, and Friday seem the best, although Wednesday is not available for Shahidul and Irfan.
Also, there's Monday now as well.
Is Monday?
Did you mention Monday as well?
Yeah. So other people said Monday would work. So if there's a more efficient,
Yeah. So who's available on Monday? Elaine and I missed that. Amy?
let me just make sure.
It's a solar eclipse in case that affects you.
Anybody's decision. I'm available on Monday. Are you guys
I'm
both available on Monday?
Yes.
I proposed Monday, so.
Yeah. Monday? Yeah. All right, I think everybody's available on Monday as it happens.
Okay.
And then 3 of us on Wednesday, and all of us, I guess, 4 of us on Friday, but nobody's in a hurry for it. Okay, great. So you will reach out and let us know what the cycle is? Yes. Okay. All right. Perfect. And then have we discussed, it all runs together, have we discussed the timeline for the deputy fire chief? I don't, does anybody remember if we've talked about the deputy fire chief? Have we established
The schedule and all that? No. I don't think so.
schedule? Are we?
I don't think so.
Did we identify a search committee?
I think the fire
or-
chief is here, he may
Yeah.
confirm.
Yeah, come on down. Did we set up a process for the deputy fire chief? And we're,
Not yet. We've
Like-
only picked a company to do the
Okay.
background search. We picked MRI last week.
okay, great. All right.
I haven't met with MRI. I think we're still waiting to get the contract finalized, and then we can.
Post?
So we could put that up.
Oh, yeah, okay. And then, so you'll come forward with the timeline, and you'll need some support on a selection committee and that whole thing. Do you do an assessment center, I assume, for, awesome?
Yeah, all
I loved hearing about that assessment center.
Yeah, we always do an assessment center for our lieutenants and our deputy fire chief.
Great, great. Okay, all right, so more to come for the deputy fire chief.
Okay.
And he gave you 2 thumbs up from back there, Mary Jo, for helping with the selection, so. All right, great, thank you. All right. May 6th, annual town meeting, and May 7th, special town meeting.
The warrant process is progressing well under Elaine's leadership. As you may have seen in your packet, we even have some versions of the draft motions.
And article numbers, so that's.
And the article numbers. And one thing I should mention too is that Elaine is really putting a great deal of effort in consulting widely with the department heads and making them part of the process, making sure that they review all the drafts that are issued. And then simultaneously, we are moving forward the warrant process for the special town meeting. The big question for you tonight is to review and approve the ballot questions so that they can be forwarded to the town clerk's office. They have been reviewed by the legal team as well as by bond counsel. Elaine?
So there. Does anybody, my computer died, so I'm furiously scrolling to find my spot. Does anybody have the ballot questions in front of them, just to?
Do you have our, if you have our.
They're right here in our.
The motions are right in the motions document. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So the questions are, shall the town of Hopkinton be allowed to exempt from the provisions of the Proposition 2.5, so-called, the amounts required to pay for the bond issued in order to pay for the digitization, wow, made it, of all town paper records, including any and all costs, fees, and expenses related to the same. Do we have a ballpark or a number on that?
Yes, we do have a number. I'll mention the number in 1 second. It's in the budget.
Just looked it up for now, you wrote with 60 questions. Probably have it here.
Yeah, it's 667,500.
667K and change, yes.
Yes,
67, I'm sorry.
667,500.
I was right, okay. I was worried I had made it bigger than it was. Okay, so $667,500, okay. Shall the town of Hopkinton be allowed to exempt from the provisions of Proposition 2 1/2, so-called, the amounts required to pay for the bond issued in order to pay for the replacement of HVAC air handling units at the Hopkinton Public Schools, including any and all costs, fees, and expenses related to the same?
And that one's 700,000.
Yeah, 700,000.
700K, okay. Shall the town of Hopkinton be allowed to exempt from the provisions of Proposition 2 1/2, so-called, the amounts required to pay for the bond issued in order to pay for renovation and in addition to the Hopkins Elementary School, including any and all costs, fees, and expenses related to the same?
The actual number is pending. I believe the last number that was shared publicly was 42 million now.
I had written down 46, so go
Yeah.
ahead.
Oh, at least the one I saw, I can check, but the number is pending.
But pending, 42 million, but the final number is pending. And when do we expect that?
By the 15th.
By the?
By the 15th.
By the 15th. All right. You know how the beginning of the question sounds, so a bond in order to pay for survey, design, engineering, permitting, and construction of drainage improvements on Ash Street and Fenton Street, including any and all costs, fees, and expenses. And what's that total?
500,000?
500,000.
And the next one is survey, design, engineering, permitting, construction, roadway, sidewalk, and drainage improvements on DeCarlo, Peppercorn, and Barbara.
780.
And then the pay for the survey, design, engineering, permitting, and construction of culvert replacement on Granite Street, including all costs and fees and expenses.
850.
890.
Oh, 890? Uh-oh.
Is it five? No, 850. One second. Let me check. 1 second.
So move the motion and then the numbers change. We'll have to do it again, right?
No, I don't think so. It's
Oh,
just the questions. This is just informational.
So I think it makes sense to have the actual number so people know what they're voting for.
I don't think we can legally on the wording, right?
Eventually it will be.
At the town meeting, there's the amount, but the
Yeah.
ballot.
At the
it's just
ballot, they
0.
don't do the amount because it could change.
Because we're
I
just,
agree with you, by the
I mean, I
way.
know the ballot could change and that the numbers could change,
But you can't print the ballot.
and you got to print the ballot in advance and all
Ahead of
that. I
time.
get all that, but it just seems there should be some type of information available to the voters as to what they're actually voting for. I mean, amounts-wise.
Yes. Absolutely. Here's the explanation. Okay. We have the warrant and motions document. The motions document will have the numbers. The template for writing the ballot questions is set by the state. Numbers are not included in the ballot question. However, in past years, there's always an explanation. If you vote yes, here's what it means. If you vote no, here's what it means. And that explanation always has the numbers.
Okay.
And that happens right at the end when the information is final.
Yes.
All right.
so what was the answer, 850 or 890?
Oh, 1 second.
It's 850.
850.
So big ticket items.
So do we need to make a motion to,
Yeah, I entertain a motion to approve the ballot questions for the 2024 town election.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. All right, some hefty questions on the ballot for folks. All righty.
we have to withdraw some land purchases that we're not going to be able to do?
Yes.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion. Did you want to walk through these, or these are straightforward, because we've talked about them. Withdrawing from the annual town meeting warrant, land acquisition, the Colella property, the McDonough property, the cell tower on Clinton Street, and a placeholder for the MWR-related items. We need to withdraw those?
Correct. For the benefit of the public, because we did receive a question on this. If the board approves withdrawing the Colella property, this does not mean that the town's effort to purchase that property goes away. What the select board had intended doing was to set aside an article should the town require more money to purchase that parcel than what CPC was approving. Fortunately, CPC has approved to recommend the entire amount. So there will be an article at town meeting through CPC for the purchase of Kolela property.
So we're just eliminating an extra.
Yes.
That will cover enough.
Yes.
Okay.
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And then there is a motion to submit an article into the special town meeting to authorize the disposition of 0 Hayward Street.
So moved.
Yes. Okay, I think so long as the board will have a discussion, you can move a motion, second it, then there's a discussion.
A discussion on what I just brought forward, 0 Hayward Street?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Yeah. And I believe there may be residents.
Oh my gosh, been waiting all this time back there.
Sorry.
Yeah.
We appreciate you guys.
Welcome. Go ahead and introduce yourselves, names and addresses.
My name is Tim Walsh. I am not a resident of Hopkinton. I work with Century 21 Real Estate Group. And, this is Alice Pinn, 2 Woody Island Road. I am also married to Alice's granddaughter.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, so basically, Alice has lived in Hopkinton since 1964 at 2 Woody Island Road. She had intended to live there for the rest of her life. Unfortunately, in 2015, her husband was diagnosed and passed away from cancer relatively quickly. He was responsible for, a fair amount of keeping the home and the grounds and everything. And Alice has continued to do that. And then last year, she was diagnosed with cancer, went through surgeries, radiation, all that. And it's just become difficult for her to maintain the home. So she decided to sell it in October, had it under agreement with the builder, was surveyed, and it looks like half the house is on town-owned land. It's a really weird situation that is often not encountered, but in that neighborhood, perhaps it happens more than we think.
It's more than you imagine that,
Yeah, so.
And it wasn't done as neatly as.
Right, exactly. And we think the home was in her husband's family since it was built. So there was never any real transfer. And so it just never came up or it wasn't properly surveyed. So we're, Alice really basically just wants a resolution that benefits kind of everyone involved, her, the neighborhood, a future homeowner, the town. It's a relatively small piece of land that her house is partially sitting on. And so we're kind of looking to have the town work with us to kind of make it one whole parcel so that the property can be purchased. Because the builder pulled out, there's been 5 or 6 other people that are interested, and then once they find out the situation, they're not interested. So there's a financial hardship. And then, every month that passes is money lost by Alice. She's already moved into Davis Road and will continue to be a Hopkinton resident. So kind of just want, to work with the town to figure out a solution that benefits everybody.
Okay. So the house is on your
Woody Island.
property and it's on some town-owned property.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, at least,
Do you guys have pictures?
yeah, I looked at the
Let's get
maps
progress
and
sketch.
things, and at least almost half the house is on the town property. I mean, it runs right through. And there's 2 town lots. One of them is the one it's on, which is
Correct.
25 by 100 feet, I believe, or close to it.
yeah, 20.
And there's another one right next to it that the town owns, which is another 25 by 100 feet. So they're not really buildable lots, but they're...
All right, so walk us through this tricky process. Putting it on the warrant isn't the hard part, but how do we navigate this in the most straightforward way?
Yeah, here's the context. The board will recall that several months back, we went through numerous town-owned parcels to determine if the town would consider them surplus and dispose of them. So there's a process that is laid out for the town. We went through that process. Unfortunately, the parcel in question was one of those parcels.
Yep.
That's the good side. The other side to it is the board made a decision that the parcels that were close to the lake would not be declared surplus. What we did not know at that point is that the parcel in question had a structure on it. We did not know that. So yes, the parcel has gone through the process, the vetting process for can this be disposed of as surplus property? The decision back then was no, because this was one of the properties that are abutting the lake. What we did not know then was that there was a structure.
Okay.
Yeah.
If we go through the process to decide it's a surplus property at town meeting and open it up for sale, that doesn't solve the problem necessarily.
Correct.
Okay.
Because of procurement laws, that parcel becomes available for anybody else to purchase.
Right.
Okay. Then what do we do next?
Buy
the parcel.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just we have offered the next lots to abutters for reasons, for when we went in with sewer and water and all that stuff down there. We to open them up, and we have offered the abutters, and she's more than a abutter, she's on it.
In other instances, we have used the unique acquisition principle. We can discuss with town council if that applies.
Yeah.
So it
I
seems
don't
to make
know.
sense to put it on town meeting and gather more information.
Yes.
Yeah, yes, because you can't do anything without being able to buy that parcel, right? That you're stuck without accessing the parcel.
Correct.
Right. So you would like us to put it on town meeting, but this is us telling you it's not a necessarily a straightforward process. Always a good idea, and I know it's more money, always a good idea to hire an attorney that's knowledgeable in such matters.
So
And then,
there is a way through it. If the property were to be disposed, town meeting says that we can dispose of it. You could enter into an agreement with the town to buy it.
Correct.
Contingent on selling.
I see.
Selling the house, so.
I see.
So, kind of, it would be back-to-back.
I got it.
Purchase and then sale of the lots.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah. So this would, go on town meeting, and then if the town decides to dispose of it, then we could purchase it and go from there. That's kind of the process.
Frankly, I think no one's going to want to buy a house.
Well, yeah, who's going to want to buy a parcel that has half a house on it?
Right.
yeah,
So, I mean, I think-
one hopes that that won't happen, right, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Or it could happen the other way around, where the buyer of the
Wants to buy both
half
properties.
house wants to buy the other side too.
Yeah,
So-
that's true.
That's a good point, yeah.
That's true. Okay, so we have a motion, and was it seconded? I'm sorry, we jumped right into,
I'm happy to second it.
okay. Any more discussion? All those in favor of putting it on the special town meeting warrant signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I hope you're well.
This is a lot of articles we need to
Okay.
recommend.
All right. The town meeting articles, is it all of them, 1 through 41?
Do we have to put a recommendation for all of those? Not tonight.
Not tonight. Yeah.
Not tonight?
Not tonight. Usually, for the financial articles, the board defers to let the appropriations committee make its recommendation first, and then the board acts on.
Okay.
But there are some articles that are non-financial that the board could act on, but it doesn't have to be tonight.
Okay, do you need a vote to put them,
They're already on the warrant, I think.
yeah, they're on the warrant, so this is just whether or not we recommend them?
Yeah.
All right, and you don't need that from us tonight? Okay, okay. All right, so that'll come back to us on the 16th, I
16th.
imagine. All right, okay. I know we're way behind, but we are going to press on. We are going to do the mid-year goals evaluations with the police chief. Or continue. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So just in terms of process, I know that we received a lot of information. What's the pleasure of the board in interacting with the goals, the information, the feedback? What do you want to do? How do you want to do it?
Well, I mean, I think there was a process established when we did the SMART, the stretch goals, and did the worksheets. So I think we just kind of follow that process.
Okay.
And I think the public would like to hear the brief updates for the items that were submitted since the last meeting, right?
I think so, too.
Yeah.
So Chief, how do you want to start? Do you want to start with the update on the items that were submitted, or how do you want to start?
First time through this, so I have no reference point to make a suggestion on that. The way we arrived at our goals, and you know you were part of the process, is you set your goals. We then worked with the town manager and vendor to align the community's goals in line with their department needs and with the town's that was done. We came up with my 3 goals for this year. I've reiterated them a couple times, first in when we made the stretch goals, and secondarily when I produced my mid-year review in accordance with the email that was sent out and the forms that were sent out to review the period between July 1st and to current in preparation that we can work together to set up an environment for me to succeed in my goals through this year's goals. So I'm glad to be here, glad to talk about my accomplishments and to solicit feedback on how I might make sure that I achieve these goals. So maybe the best logical thing is to work through the mid-year evaluation and work through that. I know we had started the first one. I submitted some updates to each of the goals that have occurred since we last met. And I think for me, that's what I would, as your employee, expect this process to be.
So through the chair, I mean, I think it makes sense for the public to note the fiscal year 24 stretch goals and objectives worksheet said. This is the evaluation is based on. You want me to go through it?
Yeah, you can. I think that the goals are a tiny bit different than they were in October when they were presented to us, but I'm happy to use these as the framework to talk.
Sure. So the goal was recruitment of qualified police officers and recruits. The tasks and activities that are associated with that would be to open the process to recruit, hire, train applicants with no prior law enforcement experience, to enhance the use of social media teams to promote the Hopkinton Police Department, evaluate the value of available vendor resources for marketing and advertising, and evaluate and participate in high potential return recruitment events and advertisements. The resources that would be needed to achieve those objectives would be to collaborate with HR to develop a job posting in line with the town charter and town goals, including enhancing DEIB. Evaluate the job posting to the select board appearance for the appointment process to identify potential effectiveness, then evaluate online presence with an eye towards recruitment. So with that, so that was the goal for recruitment, right? We had a second goal, which is the promotion and professional development of command staff. And in order to get there, we would collaborate with HR to ensure compliance with MCOP, CBA, town charter, labor law, and best practices. Offer training to command staff members at every level and topics relative to the next level of promotion. Officer training in practical skills necessary to function at the next level within the command staff. To train all command staff of the awareness level on the next command level work, projects, and tasks. The resources needed to achieve those objectives would be support from the Select Board, where we would provide a clear understanding, Chief would provide a clear understanding to the Select Board of the MCOP, CBA, enumerated processes, town charter, labor law, and best practices, and what goes into bringing a candidate forward. Determine the expectations of the Select Board involvement in the promotion process. There'd be training costs, which would be covered by the existing budget funds. In collaboration with HR, constant and continual collaboration currently exists and is anticipated to continue. And then Administrative Manager Schuler, various town employees will work together for the command staff practical skill set development and awareness growth. I think those were the objectives that we had, right?
And so we have the chief's input, your feedback.
Chief, do you want to go with goal number 1?
All right. So as I spoke to earlier, officer recruitment is extremely difficult. I know we're not alone in this in law enforcement. I know recruitment of quality candidates is a struggle in every industry. Fortunately, in law enforcement, it's an extreme struggle. Finding even interested candidates is difficult, and finding qualified candidates is even harder. There's a lot that goes into onboarding of employees, and I've outlined that repeatedly, all the work that we do in collaboration with HR. And we are continually looking for opportunities. To that end, and with the mindset of increasing diversity, we have researched online resources and posted through them. We continue to look for opportunities to share our job postings. This job posting was the first open solicitation for academy candidates in a long time. We've been fortunate to recruit from other departments and other trained academy people. Some later in their academy process were hired. We saw that tonight we brought 3 on. We brought 1 on before. We still have 2 in the queue. And it's moving pretty fast. Great deal of work, and thanks to HR for not only guiding us through the whole process, maintaining that we do everything in conjunction with the town's hiring processes and best practices, as well as the recruitment team. The recruitment within the department has been exceptional. Many people that we've hired they're recruits directly from a knowledge of one of our employees. They're interconnected, the group that we've been hiring. And from my experience, that's been the best source of candidates. When we have quality officers recruiting quality candidates, it really does help build a tight and cohesive team. So recruitment is doing really well. When you speak to recruitment of police officers, a lot has to do with their experience when they get here. So one of the things that we've done recently, and it's in line with the other goal, is we have looked internally at our FTO program. We had a sergeant who developed it and ran it for years. We had conversations about where they are in their career development and where they want to go, what is their bandwidth, and what might change. Through that conversation, he actually solicited his successor in the FTO program, which unfortunately in law enforcement was not the way it used to be done. You would collect your skill set and climb up through the ranks, and it wasn't, the skill sets weren't distributed throughout the ranks. But we're shifting that paradigm where now this sergeant has the ability to say he built a program, ran for years. Now he's passed that skill set, that program on, and that is a development, that's a next level type of thing to know that that's what is going to be looked for in the next level of interviews is, okay, you can do it, can you pass it on, can you build a team? I'm happy to say that the FTO coordinator that was selected is doing a fantastic job. I've sat in on several meetings with them during the transition. He's recruited additional FTOs, met regularly with them, and that is really, it's a big night when you get hired. When they come before you now and get hired, it's a big night. No one forgets that. But really what shapes their perception of the department is every interaction with the members in the department, and having a strong and cohesive field training, as with any onboarding of any employee, is critical. And then they develop those career-long relationships, and they learn who they want to seek out for advice throughout their career. And so really happy with that transition, because it falls into both categories. It supports the onboarding, the newly hired employees, as well as it supports the development of the other officers who are not sergeants, and the sergeants who might be a key player in the field.
Who is the new FTO?
Sergeant Bill Burchard offered to step up.
When was that done?
I don't have the
Is it recent, or has he been doing it for a while? It wasn't really.
Months.
Yeah, 6 months. I remember doing it.
Okay.
So he, I believe he's a strong fit for the role. I believe Sergeant McNeil made a good choice to say, given what he wants to learn and where he wants to develop his career, to create some bandwidth. He's passed it on. And again, I'm pleased with the way that they have interacted with the team during the transition. So it's going very well.
Okay.
On the recruitment, do we ask questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, Chief, looking for some numbers in general, I always go by metrics and numbers first for objectivity. So we have 29 officer positions, and when we last spoke, we were at 19 or 21?
20.
21, right? Yeah.
I think 20.
22.
20?
Oh, sorry, but we added one last meeting. So
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Okay, and then we added 3 more.
No, I was refreshing back in June when we had the objective. The number was around 19 or 20 at that time. And including today's, what is the number now?
So right now we sit at 24 with 2 potential candidates deep in the onboarding process. And all of those candidates, 6 candidates, will be online in the calendar year.
Okay, so
that would bring us, so we're presently at 24, 25, 26, depending on the outcome of the deputy chief, would bring us to 27. I understand our maximum size ever to have been either 25 or 26. And that was in the period where we hired 2 officers and sent them to the academy. Through the first couple of years, there were positions added incrementally to bring the department up to the targeted goal, and positions were added even after I became chief, bringing that 29 up. So we've definitely never been more than 26, but I think the number might actually be 25. So we're on target to be the largest we've ever been.
thank you, that's helpful. Another follow-up on that. So You sent us some emails on the updates for the lieutenant position.
Yes.
And also updates on deputy chief we talked about. Do you want to share that in this context as well?
Sure.
I think that comes under the next goal. You want to just go to the next one?
Oh, I
or-
see.
It's
Picking
fine.
in succession?
I don't care.
It's hiding in succession.
Yeah.
It's fine. Yeah.
I'm fine if you want to talk about that, yeah.
Okay. So, as far as the lieutenant process, the position was posted on February 27th, and interviews occurred on the 25th of 2024. What the process dictates is that there's two independent processes. There's an oral panel that was made up of 3 chiefs and Kristen Merrill, and they conducted an oral interview based on a metrics of particular characteristics, qualities, training, and they were scored. Each individual question was scored and ranked. That process is independent of my process, where within the policy, it identifies things that they can be assessed on. And I developed, going back with the HR director, and then revisited it prior to executing it this time, that metrics. And using that metrics, I do an independent evaluation. And a score is generated, and it's when the director or the HR representative comes out of because it occurs from next to my office. After the interviews are done, the interviews are scored, the HR staff member comes out, asks me for my review. It has to be done before. Now, they happen simultaneously. We put this together in like a month. And I presented the scoring from my evaluation, and they were compiled, put into a spreadsheet essentially to come up with ranking and scoring.
And do you have it in your timeline in mind?
A timeline for?
For hiring or finalizing the lieutenant?
That's what we're going to talk about.
Oh.
That was your earlier conversation about the process for next week, and then to appear at the next select board meeting.
Very good, yeah, thank you.
Any questions?
Yes. So the social media team, where are we with that?
Excellent. So, again, a sergeant, and again, Sergeant Burchard approached me, and we had the team, and I was leading the team, and he approached me and asked to take lead of the team. He's done that. He's held regular meetings with the team, and then in support of recruitment, they're working to design a recruitment video. They've also taken a great deal of classes. It's a very vibrant group. It's when they get together, they bring PowerPoint and examples of what other communities are doing, and they've had training in different legal aspects of social media. It's also another example of a very vibrant collective group. It's a large group of them. I wish I had the number for you, but it's over 10 people, and it includes the communication department. So members from the communication department.
I think we've definitely all noticed a lot more posts from the police on Facebook. And people really appreciate knowing about the road closures, and like you said, the Fruit Street Bridge opening was the big hit.
Yeah, so like sometimes you see some jokes and remarks. That's always
I can't actually say because I hate Facebook. I'm off it.
Like you.
Yeah, well, my wife hates that. But increasingly, social media is the mode of people gaining information. So I think that's why we set this as one of the goals, is to be able to communicate with the town.
Absolutely. One of the things, though, and I'm sure you as board members have found, is you present information. A little bit of time goes by, and that information falls away. So it is a constant, and I see it when you do your budget talks. You don't just have one session, you repeat it. You go to different groups, you share it. And that's the thing what we need to do with with our initiatives is to continually get on to, that's one of the things I've tasked them with doing, is building a schedule where we think we want to revisit things. Earlier, we talked about the jail diversion program, and there was a period of time when people were asking about it, and years ago, and we had had it for a long time, and we had posted, but we hadn't posted it contemporaneously enough to the event that triggered the conversation. So it's a lot of work, it's a lot of time, but the group is excited and vibrant.
Good.
Any other questions?
I have.
Yep.
Yeah. One thing is, part of recruitment and overall kind of talent management is also, of course, retention. How's our retention has been historically and now? And we can't ignore that the last couple of years has been challenging for various reasons that we know. How is that impacting? We kind of sense it, but if you have any numbers to share. And then also the second part is, what is your plan and kind of to mitigate that or manage that better?
Sure. So as our retention for 2023, we had one member leave and move to Vermont. We had one member resigned. We had another member that resigned. So as I remember, we lost 3, and then we just lost another one in February. But across 2023 and 2024, that's what we had. So
And there was more loss a couple years prior, around 21, right?
yeah, there was a period where we lost a fair amount of officers. We had presently 3 of them are in the state police. A couple of them went to their home communities. We had one that we hired knowing they would be short-term because they were already in the process for a federal agency. He came in and he did a fantastic job, and I think he was a tremendous asset actually recruiting other officers as well. There are officers there today because of that hire.
I think one left for the military, or 2.
One left law enforcement, went to the military. A couple of them are no longer police officers. There were some retirements. It was a difficult period for sure. And thanks to you and the support of Mr. Khumalo, we were able to do some initiatives to ease the burden placed on the patrol force due to the vacancies by compensating them and giving more motivation for people to voluntarily sign up for overtime. Additionally, the contract was settled very favorably in July of 2022, and so it has stabilized. I'm not going to sit before you and say that people aren't going to leave, that we're not going to hire people and that they're going to leave. It's a very marketable position, and most police officers can find a job in 3 weeks. And they leave for various reasons. There are some things that we can talk about as we move forward in the organization regarding scheduling. I think that there's an opportunity there to recruit other officers. I know a couple officers left for a community that had a 4-4 schedule, and that's attractive to the officers. I'm sure you find in your lives as well, people value their time off, and it's important to them, and if they can see an opportunity where they can cluster their work tighter and then have more time off, 4 on, 4 days off every rotation, that's very favorable. It requires additional bodies, and there's some other issues related to paying back time, but that serves also to benefit having extra staffing on, as well as accomplishing training objectives with no incurred overtime. So there's a whole cost-benefit analysis, and you'd have to determine the build-out of the department, where it is, and maybe through other processes that we've been talking about, we can determine where that might fit in the growth and expansion of the department.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And one other thing I wanted to kind of ask, and just curious and want to note as well, is that when I remember when I joined and we were talking about the new negotiations and the police compensation and the retention, and it came out, I don't remember who prepared it. There was quadrant, or there was like a data and metrics creating quadrants for competitiveness in terms of our compensation for police officers across the relevant towns.
Yes.
And Hopkinton at that time was in the third or fourth quadrant, pretty low compared to others in terms of competitiveness. And then we worked on, and I remember you mentioning it, and we all supported how we can be more competitive. And we supported to kind of fill in the gaps for lack of compliance with the Queen's Bill, and added educational increment, which after analysis pushed us to the top quadrant. So, and it happened not too long ago. It was waiting for decades, and this is the first time it happened. And we are one of the few towns to do it. And I'm happy that we did it. I think the whole board supported it for the same reason, because we want to be competitive and we want to encourage our law enforcement for retention, to motivate them. Do you feel that, and it hasn't happened too long, so it's, the jury is still out there, that it is helping or going to help attract new talents as well as retain our current talents?
Absolutely. As I said, a candidate has boundless opportunities in law enforcement. We need to be competitive, and I'm grateful that the board of the time stepped up and fixed some of the inequities that actually existed. Officers of the same rank working the same shift were making 10, 20, 25% less than a peer officer. So if you're doing your market basket of communities to go to, you wouldn't come here. But we've resolved that. And so the issue of competitive pay is set aside. And it definitely helps. We recruited a lot of lateral transfers in 2022. It definitely worked.
Glad to hear that. Thank you.
As far as lateral transfers now, they're hard to come by. They genuinely are. There are towns that can't find them. There's many towns now are sending more and more people to the police academies. The Municipal Police Training Academy is adding classes, as well as we know that our state partners are taking police officers from the communities, because even their recruitment is struggling. In Secretary Reed was saying last week in an article, typically they would get over 14,000 people to take the state police test, and that's down to over 4,000. That's significant. I mean, think about what your career options are as a Massachusetts State Trooper. I mean, they have helicopters, horses, ATVs, specialty units, and you only have 4,000 people taking the test compared to 14,000. So for us locally, we're competing with each other. We're competing with the state, federal agencies who are all struggling. That officer that I hired would have typically been in a one-year background process, and they took him in at 5 months, and long before he even went to his training, he was working in a field office just to get him on the books. It's a completely different environment.
Totally understood. And subsequent follow-up question on that. I think for the future, if not already, and I would like to hear how it's done today, is there an employee feedback mechanism that you have, anonymous feedback mechanism? I asked the same to our town manager and town administration, which could help also, look at the pulse of the police officers in your case and see what the trend is, and you can get good feedback and help address those. Those are very critical in any organization for employee retention.
Sure. One of the things that Chief Moore suggested was stay interviews. You can look at an exit interview, it's almost an autopsy, like that employee's gone, right? But if we do stay interviews, it gives us insight into kind of the pulse and temperature of the organization at different levels. And I think that needs to be a tool that we all should be using it at every level. Why wait till an employee's made a decision to leave to interact with them? I was very pleased. It was done anonymously. He submitted us a brief summary. They were confidential, and a brief summary of the buckets of comments made by the employees.
Thank you.
And I could provide that to you.
That would be great, yeah. Thanks.
Any questions, Mary Jo?
No, I don't.
No, that covered it.
I do have a few. I'll stick with the employee satisfaction survey, the Chief Moore's stay interview. I can't stress highly enough that the next time we do something like that, we take notes and we maintain the data. A brief summary isn't very concrete, unfortunately.
This is new to me. I don't know best practices. I would absolutely welcome to make it the best possible product that we can build.
Okay, so I'm going to, first of all, I'm going to start with a strength. I think that the town and the police department and you have worked very well together to fix some of the hiring struggles that we had in using the contract mechanism, and then your recruitment process. Your officers leaning in and supporting that to build their own team from the bottom up is really wonderful to see. I do want to ask, I know that we are going to appoint a lieutenant. That position has been open since October 2021. In December of 2022, you told us it was your priority to fill that, and I wonder if you can explain the 2-year gap.
Sure. Now we tread into the difficulties of public meeting, where we are on the verge of talking about a lot about personnel and sensitive matters. I can share with you that, as we know, August 24th of 2022 was when I learned about our employee's involvement, and ultimately that led to his indictment for, what is it, the allegation is?
Child rape.
Child rape.
Child rape. So that's tragic, if true. It's horrible. It makes our department look bad. We began trying to dig ourselves out of a hole. In January, I learned that a sergeant was implicated in some way in it. So,
I think in December 2022, we did not know how quickly that would wrap up. So we knew that Porter was on leave, but we didn't know.
Well, Porter was no longer a candidate for the lieutenant spot anyway, so we're just talking about the lieutenant spot. He was the deputy.
I'm talking about it being kind of in a limbo situation. It could have been resolved soon or not, so.
The lieutenant spot was never in limbo, actually. It's been open since Jay Porter was promoted in October of 2021. So that position has been open.
okay.
And it's now posted. It was a priority 2 years ago for you.
Okay.
And what was the lag? What was the gap?
So as a department head, you have to make thousands of decisions. There are things that I can't tell. There are things I can't tell you right now that are going on. And I had to make those decisions based on the staffing level. The idea of stripping a uniformed patrol member out of patrol when we were facing tight shift guidelines. We took great efforts to keep the uniform shifts staffed. We removed school resource officers and detectives to feed the uniform patrol. And we kept moving forward, like just things I can't talk about.
So candidly, that doesn't explain the gap. I'm just being candid. You needed to either promote your officers that were, and by the way, still are doing an excellent job. You got sergeants that have been holding the rope for 2.5 years, so much so that they sent you a letter asking for relief in this situation. So this isn't just me wondering about this. This isn't just your sergeants who've been struggling and holding the rope. It's the community wondering why there's this gap. So I didn't get an answer to why there's a gap, right? I'll just acknowledge that. Who's been doing the job since October 2021?
Primarily, for the most part, it was largely me. And I will like to give credit to the sergeants because they did send a letter. They expressed their desire for promotion, and rightfully so. I met with them, and I talked to them about it. I explained that there were things I couldn't tell. They didn't know to the extent of where we would end up going with the employee who ended up getting terminated. They did not know that at the time. Once they became aware of it, they have stepped up. They put the pedal to the metal. This was a work-to-contract letter, which people receive. We see them all the time in town government, and they did exactly the opposite, and they stepped up.
Exactly the opposite. Your sergeants have stepped up huge. This community needs to be very, very appreciative of the ways that the sergeants at the Hopkinton Police Department have been doing many jobs. Not just their jobs, but the lieutenant's job and the deputy chief's job since at least May. We understand that couldn't be filled. What explains the gap in the deputy chief position from May when we know that that position is open?
Mrs. Kramer, you know, we've spent a lot of time talking about this. You know, in May, you began a maximum campaign of pressure against me, against the department, in support of your friend. And it's becoming extremely uncomfortable.
To the chair, can I
Yeah.
add to it? So, two things I'm thinking. One is that, again, you've been liaison for some time, and we heard things and, your complaints that we did not hear in other meetings or other forums, and you mentioned there were some limitations, but I think this kind of creates a vacuum in some communication and
The lieutenant spot has been talked about publicly.
I'm coming to it.
Yeah.
So, but in terms of the lieutenant spot, I think these are good questions. However, I don't think anyone would disagree that the last 18 months was a normal police department operations in Hopkinton for various reasons that we all know, and we cannot deny that. And not only the police department, I felt it distracted us, the select board, in many ways too, more than we wanted to, because it wasn't a normal situation. And we all stepped up to manage the situation, to do what we think is best for Hopkinton and how best we can move forward. So I would also want to put that into consideration. And I don't, mind also sharing, and I have shared it in the past, that I think the review we are focused on is good. It's always good to bring the context and bring last 2 years, 3 years context, even 10 years when it's applicable. However, if we are talking about media from a particular time zone, the targeted evaluation would be more for that time zone. And if we are saying from June towards June, we want the lieutenant position to be filled out and moved up, do we feel comfortable with the current path that we are looking at in terms of hiring and filling that commitment? That's one. And then second is, if we don't, that would reflect, of course, in the review, and B, how can we also help? I think our role is not only to oversight and be a critic, which is the role we have as trusted by the town, but also to see how we can best help our police department or chief or police officers to move forward, given the various crises, various challenges that we have had. So I just want to also consider that these 18 months were in no means a normal state of things in police department, and things piled up one after another. There was the alleged child rape issue, there was Tim Brennan's involvement issue, there was DA various investigations, there were investigations from Kroll, and we ourselves also know, by the way, just for everyone's, we are not allowed to say anything and everything because of the confidentiality, ongoing investigations and all that goes in. So I want to put that context because I think it's only fair to also put that in the backdrop when we're, considering some of the issues that you're bringing up. And absolutely, I think this is something we want to solve.
I just want to make sure that I get my question answered. What accounts for the gap without speciously suggesting that I have been on a personal campaign? I'm just going to put it out for the record that that is not true. Stick to the question, please.
Well, we're here to also talk about my feelings, right? I am your employee.
The deputy chief's job.
Can I speak?
Sure.
I expect to be treated professionally.
Yes.
I expect to not be retaliated against because I took action against your friend. You've said this publicly, repeatedly. You've refused to recuse yourself. You've twice investigated me against the district attorney's recommendation, and it's a very hostile work environment.
How about this? How about this? It's your job to build your team. Tell us why you didn't post for a deputy chief job or a lieutenant job. It has nothing to do with anything else. Tell us why you didn't do your job.
I've explained it.
No, you haven't.
I have.
You absolutely have not explained it.
But I haven't explained it.
So in the absence...
Satisfactory. I'll repeat myself. We were under intense pressure. We had staffing shortages. We had personnel issues. And I made a management decision to absorb those positions and workload into my own work. At the same time, I had the sergeants saying they wanted to learn more skills, and I've done it. Since July 1st, I met and moved all of my goals forward. We stand poised for a deputy, a lieutenant, we're hiring, and to focus on 2 years ago,
Look at the last 6 months. Look at the last 6 months.
If I may end, we did not have a review at the end of last year. This midterm review has never happened before. And
it has.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry, then I'll explain it hasn't for me.
It
hasn't.
has.
This forum has never been done before for me.
Okay.
I've turned in my documents. This is an extremely uncomfortable forum.
It is. It's very awkward. It's awkward for us, and it's awkward for you, and I appreciate that.
I would have appreciated the opportunity to answer these questions last year.
Well, the deputy chief job came open in May. So speak to that one.
The deputy chief job?
Yes.
It's posted.
It is posted because we posted it.
Which is what the board did last time. It was open.
And the lieutenant's job. It's been open. Let's just go back to May. You've had full support of this board. Why hasn't that been moved forward?
Because around that time, I knew that there was a sergeant that was significantly involved in an incident.
You had already put him on leave.
So he's on leave. He's under investigation pending. So if I hadn't done a promotion prior to that, I likely would have promoted a person who ended up getting terminated. And if I had promoted, and he wasn't eligible afterwards, after he went on leave, so hold off the promotion to see the outcome. And then if he's eligible and he goes for it and he gets it. Why? It seemed counterproductive to do it during that period. It took us from the report till February to resolve that.
So you also said here tonight that in the absence of the lieutenant's slot being filled and the deputy chief slot being filled, you have taken on all those roles.
Not all, I'm taking on many.
And I would suggest to you that the evidence suggests that it's the opposite. Your sergeants have been leaning in heavily and doing an excellent job for this town, but they need relief. They even put it in writing.
I agree. The promotions are important,
And that was your job.
and I've done it.
You have now made progress
I'm
on
going
it.
to call for a point of order.
Sure.
I think we're getting very personal here.
Yeah.
And this is the stuff for executive session. This isn't the stuff.
This is performance, ma'am.
Well, it's more than performance, and I think,
If you want to make
we
a
are
motion.
all have spent the past year or months not being able to tell anybody why we've done what we've done and what decisions we've made. Why is this man any different than we are?
Because it's his job to do these. These are his job. These are his.
It's our job, and we haven't been able to defend ourselves at
We're in
all.
the middle of, 2 active investigations, and, I mean, I think the answer you just heard is his answer. That there was an active investigation going on, there was another person that probably would have been promoted, and it turns out he was terminated because of his involvement in it.
I'm sorry, we all mean well, and on the same note,
Yeah,
we need to
we
be
do.
And I think
very
you made your
careful.
point.
I have
We're
definitely
very
tried to
careful
make
about
my point.
confidentiality and ongoing
So
investigation matters.
there's
But to
zero
your point-
confidential
but
about,
to your point, are you,
about building your team and filling your structure and being a leader.
so my question is, procedurally, are you suggesting doing the review for 2021, 2022, and half-year review?
I'll start in May. So listen, in May, we all know we were talking about the supports that the police department needed, and we put supports in.
And things started happening, if I remember, since May. And we've all been
So there's been-
impacted by this.
So
And we cannot ignore.
if we just look at the lieutenants and the deputy chief job, there's been no action on those until I spoke up 4 weeks ago, whatever it was. I don't know the time. No action until we made it happen. And we made it happen, I made it happen with a very uncomfortable presentation. That is not the way this police department should be running. It's not being led right now effectively.
That's your opinion.
It is.
I understand
We don't
your
have that
opinion,
same opinion.
It is.
But I think the time that expired during this time, the turbulent and tumultuous time, and because of the confidentiality and the explanation that we heard, all these connecting together, it wasn't a normal situation where someone just sat on a position to hire for May through now, 8 months. That's one. And another thing I want to point out, now it kind of came to me, is we did talk about or hear about organizational development from the chief, and the path that, if I remember, feel free to correct me, was to start it bottom up for the situation we were in. And of course, because of many confidentiality, we cannot go into too much detail, but given that plan, the first step on the 3-phase was to promote the sergeants. And the chief came to us for the sergeant promotion in September sometime, I think early September. And you had some surprise questions and some surprise information, which I appreciate, we all appreciated, and we all supported to get those explanations as well, if you remember. So the promotions were on hold. And it was on hold for 5 months or 6 months. And the only reason for that hold was technically the board, because we wanted on some of those. And honestly, we've been asking to put that on the agenda as well. And for various reasons, it took 5-6 months to get it back on the agenda. But the point I'm making is, if that was the approach, that it would be 3-phase, and the first phase was stuck for 5-6 months, that also is kind of puts the whole process a little bit behind based on the information we were given and the logic we were given. I don't know the detailed context that you have as a liaison. If you can share it, that's great. But it does sound a little bit getting to the personal relationship level. I don't know what that is, and we don't need to dive too much deep, but if you feel strongly, I think you may want to share.
So I'm sharing that there are gaps in the leadership, and they've been there, gnawing gaps in the leadership, and they've been there for a long time. Somebody is doing the job, and I would suggest to you that it is the sergeants, and we are not paying them extra to do this extra work. And that means we are all complicit in wage theft.
What is that? That's a new information.
It's not new information. It's not. Someone is doing that job, and it's the sergeants. And we're listening and nodding along, knowing that it is
we appreciate
not.
the sergeants, but you
do
just threw
appreciate the
some other
sergeants.
stuff. I have to say, I mean,
They
we
need to be compensated if they are doing extra work. That's the bottom line. So let's talk about that.
That could be bargained. I'm fully supportive of our surgeons, our department, and our chief to be successful. I think that's also part of our job. Now, one thing I have to mention is that the reason it sounds personal is sometimes things burst out, and you may not realize it, but we are all kind of in the dark on some of the information. You mentioned the letter, certainly in the last meeting. We didn't hear
No,
about
I didn't
that.
mention the letter. That
did.
was news.
You did?
That was news.
I heard it
Right?
from your statement.
Yes,
The news
yes.
came out after your statement, if I remember.
Well, I really
But I
think
don't.
that was opposite, but it doesn't matter.
Anyways,
Listen, you know what? I think this is getting way out of hand.
Way out of hand.
This is way out of hand. You've made your point.
I have made my point. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're done.
But we can't ignore the fact that there are gaps. And if we sit quietly by while the gaps continue, that's on us.
No, understood. And I just want to take another moment, sorry, to make a point. In the last meeting, you also mentioned you were doing your own investigation, which none of us were aware of. I want to know, let me finish, please. And with that statement, you insinuated that there should be administrative leave, there should be disciplinary action, and then you put it on the executive agenda the next meeting. Now, my question is, why did you do an investigation without anyone's knowledge? And did you find anything that actually led you to put it in the disciplinary action and administrative mode? If so, can you share it with us? And if not, then was it actually fact-based or was it personal?
So, two things. I'm going to say, first, we have been asked by the DA not to do an investigation or speak to an investigation, so
it was before that.
We really have to be careful of that.
We are very careful, and it's fact. You mentioned
I'm sorry, you're interrupting me?
Okay, sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
okay, just pointing that out. So I did use the word investigation. What I had really done is what all of us must have done is asked a lot of questions, and I have developed a timeline, and that is due to the DA in Western Mass. That executive session was called after we were all notified by the DA.
That doesn't add up.
Well, that's the timeline, Shadul, whether it adds up for you or
No,
not,
it
that's the
doesn't, because
timeline.
In the last
That's the
meeting, if we
timeline.
replay that, your insinuation was you were doing an investigation, and the insinuation was that is leading to believe there needs to be administrative leave and
No, I didn't say anything about administrative leave.
disciplinary action.
I didn't say
and then
anything
you-
about that at the
You're
time.
interrupting me now.
Time out, time out.
I think we need to-
I didn't.
Time out, time out.
I agree.
I agree.
So I have one more point. We've talked a little bit about the social media and communication team. And we can't let that conversation go without asking the question about what we are doing in terms of adjusting our processes so we don't make mistakes like we did make ever again. And I just want to know what process improvements have taken place to make sure that when we are putting information out, or whatever, how about this? I want to know how we tackle process corrections when we make a mistake or we find out that whatever it is we're doing is not quite right.
Well, I think in order to do that and get the process, we have to talk to council, because they're involved in this too.
So staying out of the specifics of that blunder and that mistake, all right? how do we course correct? How do we make sure our processes are improved?
I'm sorry.
Are you
asking us, or are you asking?
Yeah, no, the chief, well, so take that, pick a less volatile situation, but how, or pick that one. What have we done since January to April to make sure our processes are corrected and we never make a mistake like that again? That's a fair question.
Can you clarify which mistake?
We'll talk about the disclosure of the inappropriate disclosure of information. What have we done to address and correct our processes in the police department to make sure that never happens again?
So.
And what have we done?
Yeah.
Well, we can't
So
We've been asked
For
not.
the DA not to talk about
Yeah,
it.
the DA has asked us not to look into this.
And we are expecting the results soon.
I think a point of order as well is that, one, we cannot share the, or talk about it, the details, because of the DA's request and the letter. However, I checked with the lawyer, and we can share facts that are universal and prevalent. So one fact that is out there and we learned is that the redaction process is not single-handedly done by the police chief. It is done by a number of experts and stakeholders, and it has been the process all along, so it's fact. And there are involvement from the town, there are involvement from the lawyer, the investigations, and eventually the lawyer, police chief, town manager, correct me if I say anything wrong. PR team, everyone is involved.
PR firm.
PR firm, actually, who we pay for it, the town lawyer who we pay for it, everyone is involved in doing that. So the investigation will tell us, was there any ill intention behind it, or was it a simple mistake, or was it a process flaw? We are eager to find out. And once we find that out, I think that would be the best time to see, okay, what we learned and how can we do process improvements. Now, in the meantime, if we have any more redaction to do, I agree, we need to have like 500 times more vigilance and effort in doing it right. That's my thought on that. But I don't want everyone to leave thinking that just because your opinion insinuates to the police chief, the process is not only police chief. It is multiple experts, legal, law enforcement, and town administration working on it together. Do you disagree or have other information that you want to share on this
So I
process?
have never insinuated that, so to be clear.
Okay. I'm happy about
I don't really like to insinuate. I like to be really direct. So clearly, I am not happy with your achievement towards your performance goals. I'm going to say one other thing, one other inconvenient piece of information out loud. It has been reported by active duty officers to me that you are not regularly available during working hours, and we need to know if that is true or not. And I'm just going to say that.
I think it's fine that you say that, but you're always talking about you want to stick to a process. We have a process, and it's outlined in our thing. You're going way outside the four corners of what we're supposed to be talking about.
Performance is tightly within the four corners.
No, but no, we gave him specific goals, and
Gave us
we're
specific
talking about
goals.
how he accomplished those goals.
All right, I'm done.
All right, next agenda item?
Is the town manager's report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Town manager's report. Main Street. Man, this happens. My computer gets tired.
Transformers have not arrived.
The transformers, yeah, Main Street Corridor Project, the transformers have not arrived. I was actually on the phone with Dave.
Arrived?
I was on the phone with Dave this morning just to understand if there's new information that has come from Eversource. There's no new information from Eversource. However, I am now pursuing a different approach. I have been given information, contact information on at state level with the idea of perhaps having the Commonwealth work alongside to better understand where are we in this process as a community in the pipeline for receiving transformers.
Yeah.
Because we've been waiting for 2 years. So where are we?
Where are we?
Exactly.
40 transformers.
Yes, so...
2 years is a long time to wait for anything.
Yeah, so...
We thought was long enough. But
Yeah, so we're going to use state level resources to ask that question.
okay, good.
Yeah. Good progress regarding the installation of the PFAS filtration system, as reported by Nicole Bradsos. The contractor has installed the 2 Avantech filter vessels, as well as set up the RAP building system frame supported membrane structure. So the structure is in place, vessels are in, on course to complete this in time for hopefully a certification ceremony in May. And then the MWRA, we are finalizing a letter to the Water Resources Commission, as well as a letter to DCR. In the town manager's report, I felt it was necessary to really outline the components of the DCR process. At this stage, we're investigating whether it's possible to locate the booster pump station on DCR land. What that will take is, 1, the town submitting this formal letter to DCR. As reported previously, DCR land is Article 97 land, permanently protected. Any transfer of Article 97 land must meet the following. 1, ensure no net loss of lands protected. 2, only occurs under exceptional circumstances. 3, there needs to be an explanation of the alternatives. In other words, there must be a determination that no feasible alternative land is available. Next, it must ensure that a minimum amount of land or interest owned under Article 97 is disposed if there's agreement to do so. Next, the process must receive MIPA approval and legislative approval by the General Court. So again, many steps to go. We're investigating. In the process,
It's still the best alternative, even though there's so much burden to doing that?
the way I approach these issues is it's a partnership. If we have a willing partner, we'll get to the end.
Yes. But something it just messages to me that that's like, for whatever reason, is the best possible alternative, and it's difficult. And I don't know if there's movement in Plan B spot.
It's the best alternative. We would like to say, when we explain the alternatives, we'll identify what the Plan B is. Hopkinton has done this before successfully, I believe. Trying to remember whether it was it's the location of wells 2 and 3 or 3 and 4, but we've done this before successfully. And also, we've estimated that the booster pump station would require about 0.5 acres, and therefore we're looking at about 1.5 acres of replacement land. We did take a look at possible locations of such parcels that we could swap with DCR in the amounts specified. And this is purely for discussion purposes. We identified 0 Mayhew Street. It's parcel U11-1-0. In total, this is about 27 acres. It doesn't mean the town gives up the 27 acres. The town only has to, if this moves forward, it only has to give up about 1.5 acres.
To subdivide the land.
Yes, to satisfy that. So again, for discussion purposes, 0 Mayhew Street, we wanted to make sure we share that with the board and we also share it with the public.
Great.
Yeah. We need to continue our discussions with Eversource with regard to whether the location of the pump station is within the exclusion zones. And also continue to urge staff to formalize the communications with the state permitting agencies as well as our legislative teams, and also to continue with our regular staff level project meetings. And then in terms of the budget update, FY25 budget update, we are continuing our meetings with the Appropriations Committee. The next meetings are tomorrow, the Town Manager, Finance Department, Human Resources, and then April 8th will be CPC. At the meeting yesterday, Kayla indicated that she has begun the process of drafting the report. Our goal is to have the Appropriations Committee schedule its public hearing and then finalize the report 14 days before town meeting. Any questions?
Just a quick one on the budget. On the budget,
yes.
What else is pending? It's pretty much all said and done, or is it the CPC numbers, or can you elaborate?
No, the budget is set. The CPC recommendations are within the available resources. And so I don't foresee any issues at Appropriations Committee in those discussions.
You just have to go through the process.
Exactly.
Answer your questions.
Yeah. And then on the participatory budget, we did receive an interesting list of applications, and I will let Elaine report on the applications we received and the 4 applications that we believe meet the requirements set for the program, and we are recommending those 4 to move forward.
So 10 applications were received. As you know, we solicited capital projects. Unfortunately, not all of them were capital projects. So what we did receive was ADA and safety improvements at the HCA, which is replacing a couple of automatic doors and installing a fence. We received a request for a book and document scanner for the Hopkinton Historical Society, a bridge at the Brame Farm Conservation Area, which is owned by the Hopkinton Area Land Trust, composting kits for residents from Black Earth, and curbside services from the Zero Waste Subcommittee, Sustainable Green Committee. We received a similar request from a resident involving Starter Kits and incentive for curbside composting for residents. We received a request to do some PFAS removal. We received a request for pollinator gardens at 2 town properties, and that's Pratt Farm and Hughes Farm. and a request for rent and workshops for the HERT LLC, which is a local organization. String music reading lessons for high school students by the Metro West Symphony Orchestra, and turtle crossing signs at various locations around town. So 4 of those were actually capital projects for town facilities, and those were the ADA and safety improvements at the HCA, the composting kits for residents for Black Earth through the Sustainable Green Committee, the pollinator gardens, and the turtle crossing signs.
What kind of gardens did you say?
Pollinator gardens.
Pollinator gardens, oh, nice.
So the total is about $52,400.
Sorry, pollinator gardens and bridge was the last one?
The last one was turtle crossing
Turtle
signs.
crossing signs, okay.
So the Open Space Commission has ordered those in the past, and so there'll be more of those.
How many can be?
How do we remove PFAS? You said you got a request.
It was
to
a
remove
request, but
PFAS.
there was no dollar amount associated with that. It's removal of PFAS at pumping station number 2.
So that would have been more than the participatory budgeting.
That's more than 60,000.
That would destroy.
Possibly more.
Yeah.
But
So again, I think the interest is strong. The other lesson learned, I think, from this process is our focus is on capital projects. There's now an interest to go beyond capital projects, but we can't change the rules after everybody has submitted. Yeah.
But maybe next year.
Maybe next year. And then the other point of consideration has to do with capital projects that are proposed on non-public, non-town land. For example, the application came from
The bridge on Halt property.
That's not town property.
And the Historical Society one, I guess.
That one is not really a capital project. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're wonderful ideas and great projects. With another mechanism of funding, they'd be great to have.
Yeah. Well, I hope the participatory budget process stays in place. I think it's a really wonderful mechanism for people to be creative and move us forward on some things.
Can you give an example? I'm just curious. The other ones that are not CapEx oriented, are those more repetitive operational expense? That's why they can disqualify?
Our guideline is propose a capital project that can benefit the community for beyond 5 years, and also is a project that can be accessed by all town residents, not limited in any way. The request for a scanner to digitize by a non-town entity does not meet any of those. The request to install a bridge on a non-town owned property does not meet that.
Understood.
Yeah. But again,
They're both open to the public, though. Because they're not town-owned.
But it
As of
opens
now,
up,
but
it opens up in future conversations.
Yeah.
Setting the parameters differently now that we understand how people might be thinking,
It's
right?
great. We have so much enthusiasm and
Yeah.
creative ideas.
Yeah, but I do appreciate that we don't change the rules while the game is in play, right? But learn from it, and next year maybe.
You can't do that.
To stay within the scope,
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome. Well, congratulations to everybody who put an idea forward, and keep them coming.
Last one on this, are we able to, planning to put it on various communication medias? I think it's good to.
Yes, we fresh off the press, we will make the necessary announcements. We have not, I don't believe we've even consulted the proponents to let them know who was moving forward. So, but yeah, your point is well taken. We'll advertise this widely, and this time around we will work much more closely with the town departments that will be implementing this to ensure timely implementation.
Nice. Nice job, thank you.
So our next meeting is
16th.
16th. Is there anything we want to say about the 16th?
No.
Wait, hold on. Hold on.
I believe at that meeting, we will, with the board's support, be announcing that Elaine will be assuming the interim town manager role going forward.
After the 16th?
Yes. My intention is to, again, as I've indicated to the board, transition out of the day-to-day role, and I'll be utilizing my paid time off. After that, I'll be available to consult with Elaine. I said I've committed. There are certain meetings I've said I will attend just to make sure we transition smoothly. But after the mid-month, I think Elaine will be the interim town manager.
Amazing.
Contract is in place already.
Yeah.
And
Thank you, Elaine, for stepping up, and sorry to see you leave. Thank you, Norman, for everything you do, and we'll keep thanking you until and even after, I'm sure.
Will we still see you at the marathon?
On the 15th?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, yeah,
the
that would be
marathon?
for the marathon, yeah.
Maybe not. The Pride Parade, you'll come for the Pride Parade, I know you will.
Every subsequent year, yes, I believe the Pride Parade is something I'll always think about. Yeah.
Yes, so yes, we should all sort of, we just all want to be able to think about how we want to make sure we say thank you for your years of service. I have very much appreciated in a somewhat tumultuous time, especially, that this town is so well served by you and by the staff that you have built around you, your team. And we're in really good position to transition, and the hiring process is already underway, and the next board will be taking that piece of work on, and it's a good thing for the town that it was handled so well. We appreciate your fidelity to this job and the board and the town while we have made that transition.
Sure, party celebrating.
There should be a party, yeah.
All of this will not have been possible without the board's leadership, the support from the town hall team, and the wonderful work by the town residents day to day.
Thank you, you're not too far, and we'll have your number.
Yeah. Well, he's going to change his phone number. I don't know if he's doing it.
Oh, thank you.
But
thanks, Elaine, for stepping up.
Yeah, we're very.
Exciting, yeah.
Thank you for the confidence in me.
Yeah, we're very excited and lucky. We're just simply lucky. So not a lot of towns would necessarily have that situation. So, thank you.
Madam Chair, given the hour,
Yes, amen.
I move to adjourn.
Yes, second. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you.